BC. I also covered the meaning of the origins of the term Hellenes in a prior video, which I'll also link to in the description, so I won't cover that again now. While some people consider this period as a time of foreign colonization and rule over Egypt, which is located on the African continent, but in actuality, Egyptian demographics traditionally share affinities with the Mediterranean region stretching back the entire Holocene, rather than having anything to do with sub-Saharan Africa, which is separated from North Africa by a massive desert known as the Sahara. So while Cleopatra and her ancestors stem from Greek, or more accurately, Macedonian stock, which is located on the northern part of the Mediterranean, ancient Egyptian records speak to a common Mediterranean origin that predates the Ptolemaic dynasty. The Atlantean myth, as passed down via Plato, is an ancient Egyptian tale whose genesis occurred so far back in history that, according to the Egyptian priest of Sais, the classical Greeks could not even recollect it. The story states that both Sais, the city in Egypt, and Athens, the capital of Greece, were founded by the same patron goddess, Athena, or known to the Egyptians as Neith. It was said that she founded Athens in 9600 BC and Egypt in 8600 BC. The Greek historian Solon learned from the Egyptian priest around 600 BC that Athens was founded 9,000 years before their time, and according to them, Old Kingdom Egypt began 1,000 years after that, would have been around 8600 BC. While many will be quick to point out that the story of Atlantis is just a myth that is yet to be proven or officially recognized in academia, what is real and proven is DNA, as well as the fossil record of North Africa, which stretches back tens of thousands of years into the Pleistocene, or Ice Age. Some 40,000 years ago, Cro-Magnon, the first people that had a skeleton, particularly the skull, that looked anatomically modern, entered Europe. Geneticists now show that a Cro-Magnon individual who lived in southern Italy 28,000 years ago was a modern European, genetically as well as anatomically. They conclude that the Neanderthal people who lived in Europe for nearly 300,000 years are not the ancestors of modern Europeans. So the ancestors of modern Europeans are primarily Cro-Magnon, despite the recent scientific revelation that Europeans also share 2% of their genetic makeup with Neanderthal. They're essentially Cro-Magnon. Not only are there also Cro-Magnon type settlements found in North Africa going back into the Ice Age, the oldest pre-dynastic mummified remains found in Egypt belong to a 5,400-year-old specimen now housed in the British Museum, nicknamed Ginger, because of his reddish blonde hair. Keep in mind that the remains were naturally mummified in the desert and did not undergo any embalming process, which many people like to claim is why many Egyptian mummies and pharaohs are blonde and red-headed. But Ginger, the oldest mummified remains found in Egypt, was not treated with any embalming chemicals or did not undergo any unnatural processes. That said, forensic Egyptologists have proven that fair-haired Egyptian mummies were natural blondes, contrary to the popular non-scientific belief. Dr. Janet Davey from the Victorian Institute of Forensic Medicine decided to do her own experiments, which included microscopic analysis, and concluded that fair-haired Egyptian mummies were in fact natural blondes. Quote, "The general public and a lot of Egyptologists think that the ancient Egyptians had very dark brown or black hair, but this shows there were fair-haired Egyptians." Of course, this does not speak to the entire demographics of the region, as there are clearly depictions of various ethnicities in ancient Egypt, especially among the various slaves, which do in fact include depictions of sub-Saharan African phenotypes. But among the pharaohs and nobility, one can look beyond the blonde and red hair, which is common among the ruling class, and inspect the facial bone structure, the cheekbone, the high nose list, and see that the pre-Ptolemaic dynasty mummies shared genetic affinity with other European populations, such as the case with Ramesses the Great, but a very prominent nose, as you can see here, despite the fact that red henna was applied to his hair when he was mummified at 90 years old. Ramesses the Great was the third pharaoh of the 19th dynasty of Egypt, often regarded as the most powerful pharaoh of the New Kingdom. Professor P.F. Ciseldi, with a research team behind him, studied some hairs which were removed from the mummy of Ramesses II's scalp. Ramesses was 90 years old when he died, and his hair had turned white. Ciseldi determined that the reddish-yellow color of the mummy's hair had been brought about by its being dyed with dilute henna solution. However, traces of the hair's original color in his youth remained in the roots, even into advanced old age. Microscopic examination proved that the hair's roots contained traces of natural red pigment, and that therefore, during his youth, Ramesses the Great had been red-haired. It was also concluded that red pigments did not result from the hair somehow fading or otherwise altering post-mortem, but did indeed represent Ramesses' natural hair color. While there are many examples of natural blonde and red-headed mummies from all dynasties of ancient Egypt, especially the first and oldest ones, not to mention the many Egyptian statues that depict their pharaohs and nobility with blue eyes, most people are still unaware of the extensive genetic testing being conducted on dozens of mummies, many over 3,000 years old, which conclude that the ancient Egyptian mummies, quote, closest kin were ancient farmers from a region that includes present-day Israel and Jordan. Modern Egyptians, by contrast, have inherited more of their DNA from Central Africa. Both types of genomic material showed that ancient Egyptians shared little DNA with modern sub-Saharan Africans.
Way chillier than it was yesterday.
Their closest relatives were people living during the Neolithic and Bronze Ages in the area known as the Levant. Strikingly, the mummies were more closely related to ancient Europeans and Anatolians than to modern Egyptians. The researchers say that there was probably a pulse of sub-Saharan African DNA into Egypt roughly 700 years ago. The mixing of ancient Egyptians and Africans from further south means that modern Egyptians can trace 8% more of their ancestry to sub-Saharan Africans than can.
You almost done? I ain't even started.
Light down on holiday.
I got a lot of work to do today. I won't be sitting around too much. Dad's just farted a 6.0.
So according to the mythological, archaeological, genetic data, the idea that by Europeans were people from the Mediterranean or Anatolia in relatively modern times, starting with Alexander the Great, is not quite correct. In actuality, further back one goes into ancient Egyptian history, the more fair-haired, light-skinned, and light-eyed the demographics are, including pre-dynastic time. That means before there were pyramids or pharaohs. And it's only in recent times.
Yes, Dad's a fart of the 6.0.
Through things like the Muslim slave trade, that sub-Saharan African genetics have been infused into the North African population. An article published
you ain't gonna have mucus build up as long as I keep smoking this good hash that's making me cough.
That, quote, until now, the study of population history has been largely based on literary and archaeological sources and inferences.
Yeah, he's been busy down there lately in New Zealand. I've seen a lot of shaking going on.
That ancient Egyptians shared more ancestry with Near Easterners than present.
I assume it's all normal though.
Received additional sub-Saharan admixture in more recent times. By directly studying ancient DNA from ancient Egyptians, we can test previous hypotheses drawn from analyzing modern Egyptian DNA Asian admixture from populations of Sub-Saharan and non-African ancestry, attributed to trans-Saharan slave trade and the Islamic expansion, respectively. We found the ancient Egyptian samples falling distinct from modern Egyptian and closer towards Near Eastern and European samples.
Oh shit!
In contrast,
I just got out of the bath.
Are shifted towards Sub-Saharan African.
I look like fucking crazy man. Wait a minute. There ain't nothing to see here.
Bronze Age samples.
See how crazy I can get it to stand up.
Neolithic and
you're getting long again, ain't it?
When comparing this pattern with modern Egyptian, we find that the ancient Egyptians are more closely related to all modern
how you doing,
European populations that we tested, likely due to the additional African component in the modern population.
I am a animal product.
Of Alexander the Great as a foreign colonizer, or even the Hyksos dynasty as foreign rulers from Anatolia, it is more accurate to think of them, genetically and culturally speaking, as part of one Caucasian phenotype. Yeah, lactose intolerant people, I pity you. During the entire Holocene.
It's gotta be rough.
And by Mediterranean, I mean all of North Africa.
I am. I'm letting it go. Look at my fucking hair. Yeah.
As well as Ethiopia, which used to have a different ethnic nobility in ancient times.
I got a brand new razor I ain't even used. I was thinking about shaving it last week because it was really fucking bothering me. Getting down here where it's tickling my lips and shit. Sometimes I get turned around and they'll tickle my nose and shit. And it's like, what the fuck?
Mongolia.
I almost shaved it last week again.
Well, I understand that this is a controversial statement to make. I have no problem making
but I figured, fuck it.
I know that it's.
Did I jump in and try it? I just went outside and fucking did the whole fluffy thing with my towel.
It only becomes controversial
I don't.
Degree.
I didn't even think about brushing that shit. I forgot it's getting long. I just have to look at it. It's all like, well then.
Instead,
I look excited. Like I've already had a rough day.
Validate obsolete fairy tales, which is out of Africa. Well, there have already been several hoaxes and frauds, such as Nebraska Man, which was announced as a missing link between ape and man, but turned out to be a tooth of a wild pig. Or
I'm just gonna let it go, Shaggy.
Which stood in the British Museum for almost 50 years during the first half of the 20th century. Until it was discovered.
I'm probably going to end up shaving it off again.
It was bleached and glued onto a human skull. Now, just last week, turns out
at least trimming it down. I let it grow in full and trim it down.
Ancestor was not a hominid.
Something. I gotta keep it out of my lips. It drives me nuts here. This drives me fucking insane. When
a team of
researchers getting food in it all the time and shit. You know, I don't want to go through that shit again.
Anthropologists claimed walked upright between 6.8
change is permanent.
and 7.2 million years ago, which is twice as long ago as the famous Lucy.
Well, if it stayed the same, it'd be fucking boring. I couldn't stand it.
Not walk upright, and thus not a hominid, but instead an ape ancestor that walked on all fours.
I've done this all my life. I just never actually let it get this big on my face because it usually does. The first time it starts to get to that tickle point, I'm done with it.
Once again,
I'll shave that shit usually.
Modern genomics seems to validate ancient Egyptian, Greek, Hindu, and other mythologies, including the Bible, that all speak to a hybridization that took place in antiquity. Some viable explanation for how humanity came to be. Stories about
I may need to stay semi-clean cut to deal with some of these motherfuckers coming at us here pretty soon anyway.
Having offspring, which then repopulate the earth, following
I've been attacking motherfuckers. Heavy. Been on a heavy attack since 3 o'clock this morning. Tell you what, I've been up already 11 fucking hours. I've been all over fucking YouTube and the fucking news feeds and the fucking all that shit. Just fucking going crazy about this shit. It's fucking nuts. It looks like the vaccine in the trials alone is throwing out more dead per fucking trials and fucking sickness and shit going on than any even close to what the fucking virus is doing.
For ages, similar to the ages of man, the ancient Greeks described by Hesiod.
They've paused the U.S. trials 3 fucking times now because of neurological damages and fucking death. Now, death came out today, a month after the guy died. They released it.
We also have cyclical ages, Hindu philosophy called yugas. And in the Bible, we have the story
good,
of Noah,
Jacqueline.
the great flood,
We are full of energy.
offspring surviving on a boat. Of course, there's the Egyptian story of Atlantis.
Yeah, the trials are making folks sick. The second round is doing a lot of that.
And in the context of Blavatsky's work, the Atlanteans were the 4th root race, and the Aryans.
I like Putin.
To put it in an
Even though he's a Vatican puppet and he's playing his part in this, just like the rest of them. Putin is the white king of the North. They put him into place. Everybody loves him. He's going to be the one that comes to America and slits everybody's throats.
It was also the shape, as Neanderthal also had
So,
a high cubic.
I love him. I do. I love the man.
Different.
I fucking love the man.
Only Cro-Magnon had a round
Period.
skull like we have.
And he's playing his part well.
And chin like we have, with no brow ridge.
He is a horrible man. You bet he is.
Eyebrow bone. And Cro-Magnon had an advanced.
I'm just saying, the things he does, I like. I like his words. Now, me knowing he's playing a part.
All of present-day humanity, to various degrees, as we all also mean.
Yeah, I do.
Archaic hominid. Archaic means old or primitive. And to an anthropologist, that includes everything except Cro-Magnon. So Neanderthal, Denisovan, Homo
Well, that's his
erectus,
part in this, TK. That's why he's such a happy man.
would all be considered archaic.
That's why it makes you love him, because you just gonna sit there and smile when he cuts your
But
neck.
we're also all
I'm just saying.
which during the Ice Age, in mythology,
It-
Blavatsky considered the Atlantean root race.
It's pretty fucking contrived, isn't it? Pretty easy to see. Those who wrote that fucking last chapter in the book, the mysterious chapter, the one they can't tell us who wrote it, that one, they can't decide on which John wrote it. I know which John. The John of the horror of fucking, that's who. Fucking Epstein wrote that shit. The fucking Vatican wrote it. And they've been making it happen throughout history with the DC enforcement arm, us, U.S. soldiers. They made World War I and II with the Balfour Declaration and created Israel with Jews that are not Jews, as written in Revelation 6:6.
The way we did it was the following. There were multiple.
The great sign in heaven came straight out of the Sumerian text, where they have sun and solar and star alignments from the beginning to end.
3 billion letter long approximate sequence of letters.
They've been seeing this passing coming through every 300 to 500 years with one of these suns or another. They know every now and again all three converge. Guess what? They knew it this time too, because the fucking sign given is going to be all three suns. They knew these things long before they wrote the book. And being as how they traditionally like to put things in our face, they described it pretty well what's going to happen. And we're just going to let them do it. That's the sad thing.
Which Neanderthal had? Did Neanderthal match a Nigerian person or the European? If it's true that we all come out of the common African population that separated earlier.
Yeah, well, he's still in office. Biden, they're acting like, I mean, he's going to be president. I've said, most of the fucktards that don't realize that their voice has never counted in a presidential election specifically are for Trump and to do the most damage and the most anger causing and the most tumultuous, they're going to have to give it to Biden. They're going to have to give it to Biden. They ain't going to give it to Trump. But the shit's going to get crazy. You don't play the Trump card twice. Trump's never leaving the office. We're under continuity of government, and they haven't told you. This whole thing leading up to this is going to be a great big fuckery play. And you just got to know what's going on to understand it. And unfortunately, you can't really educate your friends and families like that overnight about their politics, obviously. I'm a literal sitting senator's ex-top investigator that did this for years, worked with these people closely, understand how the system works, why it was set up, etc., etc. I'm very good at this. Yet, when I do a video on it, I get told, shut the fuck up about politics and bring on the magnet because that's your strong point.
They were about 2% of the way. And I interpret that as
from couch potatoes. I understand. Drop it. Show them the moon. As soon as they start waking up asking, why in the hell hasn't Trump noticed this? Or has he?
While we were finishing the Neanderthal project, there was a finger bone in the cave in Siberia.
Because I know a fucking Republican senator's investigator that stood down because of this. Then you can introduce them to it. I'll smack them around. Step on their neck. Look, I got Patches excited.
It's amazing that identify this human. But once it was sequenced, it was clear it was like nothing that we've ever seen before. The individual.
I got 420 subs. Nice. I wish there was a button to make it stop. Stick it there. That's funny. That's all right. Never fear. I will probably block somebody here or there. Fuck that count up good.
Some humans more than others. This was a particular interesting finding.
You've been voting for the universe. Nice. You know, I was voting for Yosemite Sam for a couple of rounds there. And then I voted for myself, not this last one, but the one Hillary was running against Donald. I ran. I got 3 votes. I got a couple votes this time, and I didn't even vote myself at all. So, hey. Well, you know, if I was ever elected president, I would dismantle the system. First act, I'd be like, all right, look, y'all grown adults, grow the fuck up. You don't need me. I tell you that every day, right? Grow the fuck up, go learn shit, because you don't need me. The knowledge is ours, not mine.
Australia, and you look at these black shaded circles.
See, now you're on board. Fuck that. They ain't gonna elect me. Oh shit, Dazzle farted again. He let off a 5.9 in Tonga. Fuck. What are you doing down here, Dazzle? It's all normal. Don't look. Don't look here. Just because we've had fucking multiple 6s for fucking weeks doesn't mean anything. It's brand new. Even though I was talking about it like it hadn't happened in that video, that one video, that documentary where I was talking about multiple 5s happening every day, and I was pointing all that out, and then all of a sudden I said what? I said, yeah, soon we're gonna have multiple 6s every day. Well, ta-da.
Extremely hard, harder than otherwise would have, to make the result go away.
Guess what comes next? Yeah, that's right. That's right. We're gonna start having multiple 7s here pretty soon.
Neanderthals today, evidence,
See how that worked?
are non-African
Oh,
persons.
I hadn't talked about that for a while, but I did. A long
And so
time
data
ago, I
forced
talked
our
about
hand
it. I used to talk about it every day, about how the sixes will turn to sevens and the sevens will turn to eights faster than the sevens turn to fucking eights. The nines will come on.
Hundreds.
People were worried about the big one.
No many others.
They ain't even
So,
started
in
yet.
fact, there are many other
They're just
cases
getting
where,
going.
for example, we have predicted population not yet found. What's clear from looking at genetic data, not just in Europe, but other places that we and others get data from, that people are the results of life.
Yeah, multiple sevens coming next.
Nobody's pure.
That did happen quick, and I told you it would. Those were my exact words, I think. Pretty sure. We did just play it yesterday. I ain't gonna repeat it because it's still fresh in my mind because I said them to begin with. But yeah, I said it's gonna come on quicker than the fives did from the fours, and the sevens are gonna come on quicker than the sixes, and the eights are gonna come on quicker than the sevens. It's gonna get quicker and quicker. Actually.
In other words,
so imagine that quick, and put the sevens in the picture. We're going to start seeing them this or next week.
Every professor that I ever spoken to at the time,
I mean, like showing up, not every day. Maybe.
One type of hominid left Africa.
Hi, Elvira.
Mutated or evolved with various races without interbreeding.
Yes, we have harmonic tremors all over the globe. There's only one thing that causes that: magma movement. The whole plate, the whole surface is starting to roll.
Admixture of different hominid species.
Hi, Robert. How you doing?
Dominant contribution that we all share is Cro-Magnon. It was a seafaring race that traveled all around the globe. I guess you could call it similar to colonialism. And
so he's having a show today? Good. I was hoping so. Probably about half an hour from now, right? Has he announced it?
There are also contributions made to people.
I'm looking as I'm asking.
Asia, Denisovan, and there will surely be
more. He ain't announced it yet.
Coming year. One example is what geneticists are calling ghost species, found only in the DNA of sub-Saharan Africans, which has not yet been positively identified in the fossil record.
Oh, you haven't heard back from him. I hope he's all right.
Present-day sub-Saharan Africans
certainly hope he's all right.
Their genetic ancestors is an extinct archaic hominid species, which is probably Homo erectus or
good, Michael. How are you today?
That is not found in DNA.
Thank you,
present-day Asian or present-day Caucasian or European. These findings also dispel the obsolete myth that sub-Saharan Africans left Africa.
Brush fires on your street every day. That's not good.
Since European Cro-Magnon does not contain any genetic contribution from this Homo erectus species. In fact, since sub-Saharan Africa found have trace amounts of Neanderthal DNA, even though Neanderthal did not live in Africa, it shows the opposite is true.
Hey, DK.
European type Cro-Magnon entered into Africa and created the modern
How are you today?
by interbreeding with African.
Smoking some marijuanas again. Typical.
Did not understand what
surprise!
Another few years.
I feel like I gotta qualify those marijuana because a lot of people come on here. Oh, that guy smoking crack? No. You're seeing him smoking crack out of a fucking pipe that's thicker than your finger?
That said, let us listen to the
or that finger.
Dr. Wright's presentation where he talks about the diffusion of the Aryan, which he calls Indo-European, which is the same thing as Aryan.
But I know you all know what we're doing over here.
Self-designation.
Most of you are doing it too.
Thousands of years ago, and Indo-European.
The second thing I wanted to talk to you about was another case where I think a lot of us coming in grew up about the relationship of human population, the nature of human population structures that are fundamentally wrong.
I got your message. Thank you very much. I'm excited. I thought you was still working on the thing.
Indians or Africans or
I'm still working on your giraffe. We got to put them together still. Today I'm going to try and crunch out as many of these Ascend 2020 custom order pipes that I can. I got to make 20 of them and then deliver them ASAP because they're going to pay my gas bill that's due in 4 days. But after I get these done, I'm going to pop that on the legs and everything. And we'll cut the snout off, and then it'll be another day working on the head. But my most worrisome part is done. That's connecting the actual giraffe with the rig. That's not easy. So I was more worried about that than anything. I wanted to make sure that process went well, and I'm letting it sit for 2 days to make sure it went well. And it looks good so far. Still.
So we combine that data with previous data from the step north of Black Sea.
But before I start adding on legs and getting shit in the way, I want to make sure that that seal's on as good as I think it is. Because if it isn't, within 2 days, it'll let me know. In a rude manner. So.
Caucasus of Armenia is mainland Europe and steppe, where each of which has samples at different points. So the first observation we had, what we did is we took samples that we had at each.
But it looks smooth as silk.
Earliest time slice, about 10,000 years ago. The nearest
Still.
particularly important place in the world because it's where farming was first invented. Farming was first invented about 12 to 11,000 years ago in the Near East. And it spread from each of these invention centers.
And got a nice thick wall down
there. We had from Western Eurasia about 10,000 years ago at the dawn of farming, and we found that the average level of difference between populations measured by the square of the frequency differences in populations at that time was 10 times larger than what it is today. And the number on this scale is around 21, and that's the level of difference between Europe and the States. So if you look at West Eurasia, there are 4 different populations at that time. There was a collapse of that differentiation by about 6,000 years ago to a third of its level, and about
2 weeks to get the cat.
So
it's crazy shipping overseas, isn't it? You make her Afghan? Well, let me tell you, DK makes nice Afghan.
Right, because people sort of approximate they're pretty similar compared to, for example.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna. That's the only way to do on these things to make them right. This is when sculpted. It's not. You know, you see me do this. This is the fun part. This is. It took me how many days to make her elephant? You know, quite a few. We got her done. It took all day, one day, and then the next, I think. And that was in between.
Western hunter-gatherers who lived in the far west of Europe, Eastern hunter-gatherers who lived in east of Europe. Each of these groups.
Some other things I was doing for Miss Anna.
What happened is that
this order I need to get done, the Ascend order is for somebody else. I'm not seeing Anna till Thursday. It gives me plenty of time to make more marbles and shit for her too.
Other groups use the primary source across the vast region.
But yeah, this Ascend order I want to get done.
Relative approximate sense.
He looks very happy in a little spotlight.
This is a critique of people's racial structure today. I think was not really in people's heads before. There are many good critiques of that, but one of them that was not in people's heads.
Well, you're gonna love DK's really nice work. Just really, really good.
The third thing I want to tell you about before I close our conversation is how ancient DNA has yielded a great surprise with regard to.
He's probably very bloated. He has no butthole.
This country So,
Poor Eric.
230 years ago, William Jones, British
Feeling
colonial
bloated.
justice, who was serving in present-day Calcutta, in the city of Calcutta, and had been trained in history.
Your collection is very impressive. You have a lot of really nice elephants. I was impressed. I was like, holy shit.
Sanskrit language, whatever may be its antiquity, is of a wonderful structure, more perfect than the Greek, more copious than the Latin.
You fill him with cola. See, here you go. He'd change. He'd be beautiful. He would. He'd be beautiful. Or a dark, any kind of dark liquid, water that's dyed with a dark dye or vegetable color. I know, but he's actually designed to where if you back him with anything dark, he'll change colors and all that patterning will brilliantly. There's work inside that you haven't even seen yet if you haven't put it dark yet. You put it in something dark, you're going to see it as a different elephant. Completely different elephant. Yeah, I know. Like I said, if you back him with dark, it does. It changes his colors to entire rainbow stuff. She said, "I'm studying." But he does, doesn't he? He totally changes appearance. That's what I love about doing sculptures like that and working it the way I did, because I did it with clear. And clear in the fume kind of mixes, and then as you heat it, it molecularly changes. And then when you back it with anything dark, it starts to change colors, just like a pipe. And when I was doing the raking, that throwing clear in and over all that color in that rake pattern brings in a double pattern when you lay it in cold, and all of a sudden it shows up. Everything just starts to show up for you. That's why your pipes do all that shit. So she gets to see that with her elephant. Nice. Get enough for everybody. Robert said he want pepperonis.
So many arguments for the step hypothesis, but I'll give you one particular reason. All of these Indo-European languages, with the exception of the branching of them, there is a common shared vocabulary for axles, wheels, and some vocabulary for horses. And what this suggests
Curry,
is that
give me gas. You want to talk about bloated?
We know when those were invented because the archaeological record tells us when those were invented. Wheels were invented 5,000 to 6,000 years ago. Once they, we don't even know because once they were invented, spread extremely rapidly.
It's 2:41. I don't know if Shep's going to have a show today.
So because this happened in the 5,000 to 6,000 years ago, the suggestion is that the spread must have happened no earlier than that, and therefore it cannot be the spread of agriculture after 7,000 years. So that's the step hypothesis. And there's a particular group of people called the Yamnaya. So the Yamnaya are steppe pastoralists who were the first people of the open steppe who used this extraordinary technology, wheels and horses, to spread. So prior to the Yamnaya, there were many isolated populations living in river valleys north of the Black and Caspian Seas, different types of pots, tools, and each one was different from another. But after about 5,000 years
I suppose we could listen to the amazing political power of the Vikings. It's a new one.
No more villages. And instead, what you see is great tombs only, with very few villages or no villages, often buried with horses or carts inside of them. The archaeological interpretation is that these people had learned how to take their supplies out into the open steppe, and they were living in ancient versions of mobile homes. They were taking their water.
Oh shit, that gray guy's back. John resigned.
Incredibly, they expanded westward all the way to Europe, to Hungary.
You're fired, John. He turned in his wrench. He said he was tired of it. It was stressing him out. He couldn't take the pressure. The trolls were too numerous and vicious.
From hunting, gathering, farming which occurred between 8,000 and 9,000. The first Europeans, all before 5,000 years ago, the first DNA samples were all mixtures of these two.
Ah, shit. He changed his mind.
Mostly orange.
He changed his mind. He picked his wrench back up.
Ancestry that is ubiquitous today, which is green.
Watch out.
People today, there's a third ancestry type.
John Cena's out of control again today.
5,000 years ago. So we knew.
John, I think that's only on your end, bro.
That this had to have entered Europe.
Something's going on your end. Because none of my mods are doing that but you, bro. Nobody else seems to be doing that. It's got to be something with your... And I couldn't imagine what it would be picking you out individually unless it's YouTube itself trying to kick you off of my... And that doesn't make sense because they could do that anyway.
Everybody, without exception, is first farmer. And then at 4,500 years ago, everybody has about 90% of ancestry content. And it's a minimum 90%.
Oh, shit.
Shortly before 4,500 years
I forget where it was. I don't need to know. And I think it's funny, though. I remember you told me once and I laughed my ass off. So I know where it is. Never mind. I don't know if you're still rich, though. Come on now.
Is that it falsifies the single best argument in favor of the Anatolian
it may not be a very good, successful test either, you know. Look, you do it. You're doing all blue now. You may just find yourself blocked, bro. Real quick.
In India, even though they controlled it for a long time, demographically, because it was
poop. I was just trying to test my blue ridge.
I don't know how it happened.
It's beautiful.
What mechanisms allow people to achieve this large scale?
Nah, you're a wrench on my other channel. Well, what's happening when you're doing the gray thing? What happened there?
We can identify some of the various terms he used.
Can you still find the options? Can you still click options to do things to people?
Modern day Turkey, which is an extinct language now, but probably the first or oldest of the
Don't type and drive.
Separate from the original mother tongue. Another is Tocharian, which is here.
But you're staying blue now.
Left ancient blonde mummies in Western China along the Silk Road. Some of them 6 foot 6 inches tall, who populated this region of China before any East Asian phenotypes migrated to the area.
Okay.
And here's the modern Hindi.
Okay, then you're okay.
India.
But why? What were you doing different up here that you're doing different down here now?
By the Aryans several thousand
Because you
years
seem
ago.
to be staying blue.
Here is the Germanic branch of languages, and German is also descended from the Aryans. And even English that I'm speaking now is an Aryan.
So it might have something to do with the towers that you're connecting with because you're rolling around on your phone.
Or Aryan. So these languages,
maybe,
as Dr. Wright stated,
I don't know.
Either spread
I don't know why that would
matter. Metal, or with domesticated animals like horses and cattle,
okay.
or both, by one population, one ethnic, or one race, if you will. And this
there he goes again.
Genetic marker for blue eyes. Geneticists compared mitochondrial DNA from blue-eyed individuals in countries as diverse as Jordan, Denmark, and Turkey, concluding that people
And it was doing it on
have
your
the
Wi-Fi
same
too,
common
huh?
ancestors that lived by the Black Sea around 10,000 years ago, spreading out with agriculture. According to Professor Iberg from the Department of Cellular and Molecular Medicine at the University
That's
of
strange.
Copenhagen, quote, first blue-eyed human subsequently spread
nobody else was
agriculture
doing it
to Western Europe,
yesterday.
and later
Jason
rode horses
didn't
into
turn in
Iran.
his ranch.
This helps to explain why so many of the statues of ancient Sumerian nobility have blue eyes, and why this color is revered around the ancient Mediterranean, including the many blue-eyed statues of the ancient Egyptian pharaohs and nobility. For as I said when I started this presentation,
How you doing
we're
today,
not
Jason?
some small invading force.
Well, we're gonna have to
Showed up
vibrate
time,
with Mama.
but part of the direct
That's the only
offspring
safe
of
spot
Cro-Magnon, fourth
in this.
race, whose survivors went on to disseminate agricultural civilization.
Yeah, I'm a little angry. Keep your magnet calm, though, brother.
Regarded as teachers,
It's
sun
coming.
culture, or the sun god.
And it's gonna be ugly.
From the earliest time, a species with amnesia. My name is Robert Sepper. I'm an anthropologist. My published work is
Oh, so it is your fault.
as well as various other
It
major
is your
book
fault,
outlets.
homie.
They make a great gift.
Don't take that shot,
If you'd
Jason.
like to support my work, got patreon.com. There should be a link in the description section for those that are interested. I appreciate it. Thank you. Please hit the like button, subscribe for future updates. As always, I look forward to reading your comments.
It's
So
getting
please
ugly.
leave your thoughts below. Have a wonderful weekend, and I hope to see you again.
One of the great privileges of working at History and making films together with
I was just
is the access
looking at
to extraordinary historical
the
locations.
Facebooks
Like
and
this
seeing
Stonehenge, I'm right in the middle
rollouts
of the Circle now.
and
It is an absolute
coming
extraordinary
and
place.
coming to your house, and I'm like, you come to my house, I'm gonna shoot first, dude. Right there on Mr. Paulus's fucking page. You ain't gonna fucking force back me. I'm already letting them know. I don't give a fuck. I've been letting them know for how long. I ain't gonna stop. I've been sending out my public service announcement for fucking a year now.
It's a story about the long and perilous journey of our people, which came to change populations and influence policies, trade, culture, religion, and entire society. And how they transformed.
Well, especially big pharma folks, Jason should understand that this fucking 9-month trial thing, or from get to go, is absurd to begin with. It hasn't been tested or anything. None of the ingredients, they got new ingredients in it, and none of them been tested for the allotted time that anything is ever allotted testing for medical procedures. And they can follow death rates. I'm sure your wife understands this shit's fucking contrived, and it's a very, if you don't know what's going on, even if you do, it's a very scary time. That's where it comes important to understand our Creator is in each and every fucking atom in existence, and if you're on that right frequency, there ain't nothing gonna harm you. Stand strong. Get your knowledge on. Because without the knowledge, my people will surely die. But you got the knowledge, ain't nothing gonna happen to you. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, bro.
With their longbows adorned with dragon heads, loaded with well-armed warriors.
5 years testing period.
Initially, they may be
Well, she's right. She's right. She's saying, oh, hell no.
The monk, only weapon.
That's what you're saying, right? Your wife's saying hell no, hell to the no about this vaccine.
Over the Viking strategy changed. They weren't on the
Very good. Because that's what I would expect from a health professional. This is insane.
In fact, the Vikings reshaped several European countries. One of these was the kingdom that we will come back
But yeah,
to.
that's what I thought you were saying. I'm glad to hear it, Jason. Good. I'm glad she's on board with that anyway. Take that and run with it.
We must go back to the time before the Vikings came. 6th century's coming.
Nice, DK. Well, we will be here all night. Probably into the morning for some people. Ah. Okay, so it is YouTube doing it then. The fuck is wrong with them?
Well, the 6th century is a really interesting time, not just for the Nordic countries, but the whole of Europe in general. Period following the collapse of the Roman Western Empire,
Let me remove it and replace it on you.
and characterized to a great extent by political instability, turmoil, conflicts, and also large-scale human migrations. And that aspect of the period that lends its name to how it characterizes time, which is often as the migration period.
All right, try it now, John. I kicked you out and re-invited you as my moderator. Maybe that'll fix it. I don't know.
L'esprit donc, de la Scandinavie à ce moment-là, c'est un paysage essentiellement agricole où les sociétés vivent de l'exploitation des ressources naturelles et de l'agriculture.
You got 2 videos removed? See, I haven't had any of mine hit.
But still, for
Weird
some
things are
reason,
happening to my
Scandinavian
fucking account, huh?
There are very many various political, social factors that will contribute to all of this. But there is a suggestion now that part of this might be linked to some kind of climatic event.
What did they hit you on, though? I mean, how did they say it was medical misinfo?
What is being suggested is that either in 530s, around 536, or over a slightly longer period of time.
Hi, King.
What we're looking at is a series of one or more volcanic events.
Thank you for helping us out with that. It's not just us, it's something in their algorithm.
And in the early medieval world, a couple of bad years.
No, I got the picture when you told me what she does, Jason.
Quite dramatic changes.
What up, Pollyanna?
Först dör djuren om man har ingen mat, sen dör människorna. Och 541 och några år framåt så vet vi inte riktigt hur många som dog, men vi antar att det kanske...
And that's why I'm very I can't help but feel that anybody in the medical profession, especially somebody high up like that, dude, is going to take one look at this and be like, oh, fuck no.
How do we know?
I would hope. I would just hope in my heart, because I'm not a doctor. Granted, I had pre-knowledge of this fuckery, but I saw what you're pointing out.
it's
It
there,
needs to
but
be
it's
different. This is
not giving out heat.
being done
It's not
wrong
creating shadows
to begin
during
with,
the day.
and it's showing horrible side effects already.
The sun essentially isn't doing what it's supposed to do.
Aussi, d'un point de vue scientifique, aujourd'hui, on peut le documenter, par exemple, dans les noyaux de glace.
I know. No, that's good. That's all you need to say, bro. Thank you. I'm happy for you, Jason. I'm happy for the world, because that does mean that human beings inside this system are recognizing that something's awry. I'm fucking. Thank you. You have confirmed some of my deepest hopes and dashed some of my deepest fears. How's that? You've made me feel a lot better about being Wednesday. I think
It
it's
also
Wednesday.
seems that large areas
Is it
of
Wednesday?
agricultural land are returning to forest. And on top of this, there is some quite dramatic evidence of violence.
It is what it is today. Because, yeah, I'm seeing all kinds of crazy shit around me, Jason. I know. It's,
sometimes burnt down.
I had no idea that's the background of this that you had. It must be rough on your end, bro. It must really begin to look ugly right about now.
Bit of evidence that these
More so than the general population because of what you live with every day of your life. That's
around the year 500, more than 1 million people.
Yep. That's what we're looking at, buddy. I love you, Jason, and I'm glad you're in frequency.
It seems that powerful landowners use the climate crisis to brutally seize even more
Is it
land.
Thursday? See, after I said Wednesday, I thought to myself, didn't you just call Anna today? I call her on Thursdays. Thank you, Pollyanna. It is Thursday.
After the immediate crisis,
That's why I'm pressured to get these things done today.
and the temperature.
Yes.
However,
And anybody not wanting it, or I mean, look, I got friends of mine that are lining up to get it. They aren't even thinking about anything other than this is going to get us back to normal. Honest to God, they haven't thought about anything other than that. And the people that don't get it are going to prolong the process. Is already the thought process here coming out of my personal friends. It's pizza night. Yeah, I'm gonna have to assume no show, unfortunately. So he never got back to you either. I haven't tried to get a hold of him. Maybe he's taking a day off. I hope. He might need one.
Basically, you have large tracts of land that can then be snapped up, essentially by those who are seeking to preserve their lives and preserve their status.
Well, the Egyptians were brilliant, and it wasn't just the Egyptians. We were global. We found in Peru, a friend of mine, I made another video a couple weeks ago. A friend of mine brought out a totem pole in the jungles of Peru, and I'm looking at it, and it's a crosshatch. He's got the long end and the short end, and he's got the fucking dingly cobra on his head, and I'm all like, oh shit. And he's sitting there with his magnet. You can see his magnet and his plume and everything on him. And then he's holding the moons and he's holding the fucking planets in front of him. I'm like, holy shit. We were doing this globally. Everywhere you look. It was a global language spoken the same way. It was just different artists' depiction of the same story.
Consolidate their hold on the landscape. As well as this, we also have, if we have increased stratified societies, people's roles might become more defined.
Well, that's very true, Pollyanna. Even with a 5-year trial, none of them are safe. Yeah, we've proven that, though, King. That's the beautiful thing. It's no longer a guess. I wish Graham Hancock and all these other people would pick up on this, because I don't give a fuck. The information needs to get out there. I've been trying to give it to all these archaeologists and everything, raw mapped. You got better things to do or whatever, time to wait to watch. All kinds of different videos that cover from the atomic to the galactic and what we are created for, without question, created for. I found our niche in creation. The reason we're here. That dingly cobra is fucking everywhere, isn't he? Once you finally see, it's like, holy shit. And Jason's eyes are wide open. Yeah, it's fucking amazing. Once you see it and understand what you're looking at on those walls, you start to see it on all the walls and all the old stone totems, not necessarily the newer ones, the wooden ones and the fucking depictions. The old stone ones? Fuck yeah, dude. Those are old monolith stonework that are raw, porous.
Warfare becomes really kind of prominent in material culture period, leading to some of the highest status.
Well,
burials
and they're gonna make things worse and confusing, and they're gonna hold it off. They ain't gonna come right out and fucking own it. Yeah, not until a bunch of people are sick and dead and they're cornered on it. Well, we made a mistake. We had to rush. This is, and the people that don't die Yakov are going to have their neuroganglia fucked with. It's the mark of the beast. You're not going to be able to be truly meek. See? And you're going to go with the flow, bro. I suggest not getting that mark. They wrote about it. They knew about it before they ever fucking told us about it. That's odd. Indigo.
Men det fanns en väldigt tydlig uppdelning i samhället vad männen skulle göra och vad kvinnorna skulle göra. Kvinnorna var fundamentala för att samhället överhuvudtaget ska fungera. Mycket baserar sig på äktenskap. Kvinnor och man gifter sig och står upp med ägor. Men framförallt har kvinnans roll varit att se till att hem och hushåll boskap allt fungerar. När mannen är hemma.
It becomes that way, doesn't it, Jason? It's like you see something and you're like, holy shit. And they're trying to tell you something else about it. And it's like, click. I do that on YouTube a lot because I'm always looking at these documentaries. And when I hear him talking about something stupid, I'll go get raw mapped. It's always raw mapped. I've been working that thing for a year. It's only got like 6,000 views on it. I hang my head. The ancient, I have given that to Graham Hancock 52 fucking thousand times. And the man's never even answered me once. He acts like he wants fucking secrets to be told, and the motherfucker ain't telling nothing. He ain't looking. I don't know what the hell's going on, but I've been trying to get it to fucking all kinds of people. What's his name? Brian fucking what's his name? The other guy that runs around all the time trying to act like he's trying to help people. And then Viper TV, Viper documentaries, megalith mysteries, all these big archaeology people. They're just like the fucking everybody else on fucking YouTube. Foster, Brian Foster. I've tried to give him raw so many times it hurts. In his comment, I know he's seen it. Whether he's looked at it or not, he's seen my comments. I've made sure he's seen my comments. Forrester, there you go. Brian Forrester, thank you. That guy. Yeah. I've tried to give him more than fucking Graham Hancock. Because I know Graham Hancock's mainstream. Look at him. He's like fucking David Icke and all the rest of them. He goes off on crazy shit sometimes. But honestly, this could piece together Graham Hancock's fucking work that he's supposedly trying to prove. I wish he'd just fucking look at it once. It's crazy. It's like their ego gets in the way or something. I'm not sure what the fuck it is. Discovered Apollyon's bottomless pit, huh? That's interesting. I know, but he would still benefit from having that. The world could benefit from him having that information because he's seen more of these things than I will ever in my life. That's why I wanted to give it to Brian Forrester. He's seen more of these things than I ever could in the rest of my life. He's been doing it his whole damn life. And if he knew what he was looking at, it could help humanity more than I could. So I've been trying to hook up Brian with fucking raw maps and be like, look, dude, here's where you start. And just not one time. Looks awful pink. Looks like grass fire, brush fire, exactly. You are also near mountains. I recognize this area. Yeah, not a surprise here. What exact area is this? This looks Hesperia-ish.
how to say
That's
Come genomföra den här resan
I wish I could. That looks like creosote bush.
Man måste ha en social organisation
Look,
som gjorde det möjligt att
okay. You know what's funny is I picked you out because of the creosote bush. That's one of the only places I've ever seen it growing like.
Instead, one was used. It was a ship that could be operated by
No, I don't need your coordinates. I just wanted to know the region, what I was fearing. I don't know if I'd wait until my house sold. Yeah, I wouldn't. I don't know if I'd wait until my house sold.
Even though the men built the actual ships, the women in Scandinavian society
Un des éléments les plus importants de la navigation à la période viking, c'est la voile.
Damn it. All this and still nothing new from homebrewed. I might just lose my nut. Oh, God.
Skörda ullen eller kamma ullen, spinna ullen och sen väva ullen. Det kan också få till i den här sidan.
C'est des centaines d'heures de travail.
Who hasn't seen much foresight in this? I didn't ban John.
Par rapport à la
Yeah.
Varje chef hade en försegel under sin livstid. Experiment var jag i China just was
He's still here. I don't know about here now. I mean, he's probably at work. Thank you, Kat. Nah, Ra's big and behind us. Real close. It's probably just a planet. Planets look like comets. They just, if you're close enough, you can see their bow shock.
and the first expeditions are
Hi, John. John and John. Both John.
pas beaucoup d'évidence textuelle pour le début de la période. On est un peu mieux informé pour la fin de la période. En fait, on voit que
Yeah, Ra is actually pretty close and very large in the sky. It's not a bright star kind of thing. That planet that's up north, that's one of his. So he's in that direction. And that's why we're seeing all that glowing at night in the east and northeast. Yeah, he's pumping mama in the butt. he has been cow farting the fuck out of her the last few days. Before the CME from the sun hit, way before. That's what's telling me he's closer than our sun. Because his CME hit us first. That was an interaction on the Birkeland Current between two suns with us in the middle. You saw that. John pointed it out real clearly. He didn't tell us exactly what I just did. It was between Raw and our son, of course. But he did. He pointed out the Brooklyn Current for you. He gave you what I would. So now I'm explaining homebrew. How you like that shit, huh? Now I'm explaining homebrew. He just showed you the first plasmatic interaction between two suns. That Brooklyn Current and then the discharge. Boom, and it rides right up the fucking Brooklyn Current. Yeah, I'm pretty amazed we're still able to do this too. But they have been making sure. What have I said? What have I said all along? They will make certain, if nothing else works, this grid and this internet will be up to keep people online watching their screens until it's too late. I don't give a fuck if they have to go back to dial up. No, that's the only way they've hidden the shit in the sky. You know that. You've gone out and seen it yourself. They're not hiding anything with these chemtrails. They're trying to keep the grid alive. That's the only purpose. And they'll tell you that in their fucking title of what they are. They're solar radiation management. Nice. That's the way to be. Chilling naked in the backyard. It's good. If I tried that, I'd live next to the judge. She would have my head. I feel like I'm taking a big risk walking naked into the fucking laundry room. I don't have curtains.
During certain seasons of the year, there might be the opportunity to increase your status and wealth by joining one of these expeditions.
What, your new neighbor? Is your new neighbor mad at you? You showed him the moon? I told you, Jason, you gotta stop doing that. It's the other moon you want him to look at. Oh, fuck. He's out there showing his neighbors the moon rolling around. Oh my god. Yeah, truth is hard to deal with some days. Don't even look next door. I'm sure my neighbor kids probably get that too someday. Jason says he's excited. Oh. He's excited. He didn't know he had a magnet. He doesn't know how to control it now. It's all out of control. I'd probably give this neighbor a stroke. This one too. Oh my God. Well, then there's that. The weight of having to deal with them later in life is gone, isn't it? It's like, fuck it. What are they gonna do? Talk about how I'm so happy. Run around naked. That's how I approach everybody in my life. I probably might not see this motherfucker ever again, but they're gonna remember me all my life, all their life.
Évidemment, les monastères, c'est des sites assez exposés à ce genre d'attaque, puisque c'est des sites qui ne sont pas défendus.
It's got to be a Daz of the cameraman voice with that Aussie New Zealand thing, because that's just not the proper documentary unless you have somebody that sounds much more educated and posh than you telling you about these things, because they know. I've seen it on PBS. Well, yeah, we're going to war. We're already invaded. They invited them here, but they got to put up a mock fight. Just like every other real war we've ever been in, we get to die, and it's already staged. We already know who's going to win. It's not going to be the U.S. regime. We're in the quickening, hun. And things are fixing to get ugly on a massive scale that is unprecedented. That they wrote a book about, and they're making that book come true in real action, and they're using our friends and families to do it. That's what's up. And it's really happening as they wrote it. If they got destroyers on the coast, they're worried about ICBM hit. That's what that would be. That's what that alert would be for.
In fact, many after the raid, century. But there has been some, what I thought was really quite convincing research, which is taking into account a number of charters concerning Anglo-Saxon southeast, an area where we don't read of any early Viking attacks. And actually, what this research has shown is that in the 90s,
so do I.
One
D.
with ensuring that they are properly prepared against what is described as pagan and are by Viking raiders. They're told, for example, to make sure that they
Yeah, and it's sad because it's literally us doing it. We're doing this, and we're following along with the protocols and the fucking alerts and the fucking, because the game's being played by the same few hundred people. They're ruled and just put us all in lockdown. So we're gonna trust all these people to just, you know, everything now. It's pretty much gone, but it's been hanging out a little bit lately, Johnny. I've given you the book info. I've given you all the info in proof on my other channel. The Anunnaki lies exposed. Your red and blue division will be the death of you. You know, I've covered these things extensively. Oh, that's a beautiful piece. I have no alcohol and I'm almost out of weed. But got a lot of seeds.
Ça, il faut ajouter dans cette importante, puisque donc le fait de partir en expédition, ce n'était pas uniquement dans le but d'attaquer.
Hi, Thomas. Yeah, I got glass to blow. I was waiting around to see if Shepard was going to pop off. I think we're going to just listen to some music still. Yep. Homebrewed hasn't made anything new. Let's go back to our playlist from yesterday. Oh, fucking close. Big Brother's been here for a while, since 1871. Yeah, Johnny, I cover it in detail over several videos over there. I've got about 400 of them. They cover damn near every topic you can imagine. That's funny. Jason out there feeding the wildlife like Dr. Doolittle out in his backyard because they're so damn hungry this year. A couple weeks ago, I seen him. I just talking to my buddy. I met him up in Leadville when we lived there, and was talking about the animals, the corn, and everything. You know, I was telling him, I was like, yeah, I mean, it's normal for the geese to just fly north this time. And he's like, I saw that too, and I was thinking to myself, well, maybe they're just going for a little while. I was like, Tuck, what your moon doing, brother? These poor animals are fucking confused and hungry, and they're flying north for the winter. Yeah, that was pretty crazy. Jason's baiting the squirrels for the hawks. Oh my god. Good, the oaks made corns, huh? I would like to live next to Jason. I think we would have fun together. I agree, Johnny. I think we can shake it up. My boy is out of control. Well, you baiting them squirrels, man. You go get yours too. You better watch them hawks. He's probably hanging out watching your squirrel. You're feeding them now. Like, oh look, he's got another one for me. that fucking that fucking hawk's hungry too. he found he found him something that works. Jason, he attracts squirrels. That's funny shit. I've got the first four of these things lined up. I think only two, possibly three, are going to be the ones that the other one probably going to make into a donut hole. It's a little bit bigger than the rest. Nice. Have a good crochet sesh, DK. Right on. Clean that bowl. Hey there, Cosmic. How you doing? Well, I'm fixing to turn on our little Dio playlist. to make some pipes today. I have a few mushroom blanks to start too. Then I can start on the bigger mushrooms after I'm done with it. Hey, fingers. Oh, Jesus. I mean, yeah, normal. Mama's fixing a fart again. Big cow fart. Well, it would be definitely appropriate right now. Matter of fact, I haven't heard it for a while. And I could go with it looped for a couple of minutes while I blow some glass. But I want to see what Jelly got for us. I'm waiting for Jelly to drop some bombs on me. Keep in mind, I've been up since 3 a.m. I'm already fucking tired, ready for a nap. All right, brother. Stay light in that heart. Keep your head on a swivel. Ass naked to the neighbors, I guess. Oh, that's good to know. That's good to know, Doc. Now, I'm sure in the 33 years of all six of y'all doing this, you've had to have noticed some trends that might help collect the belly button fuzz quicker, like maybe not showering for a week or lying on the couch belly up instead of on your side, something. I don't know. There's got to be a lot of statistics there involved. I'm curious about the statistics there, Jelly, because I mean, you got something profound like that. We gotta dissect this and find out every aspect of it. Empirical fucking knowledge over here. Belly button lint. All right, so I'm gonna go look here, watch Mama fart real quick. You get the belly button lint. That's some beautiful shit. So never fear, you never really need a pillow. You can make one in here 33 years with 5 friends. Yeah, fuck. Why are you people buzzing me like this? I'm gonna turn this thing off. Come on. Oh, it's you. Digging me. Nice. Good. You know what I'm happiest about? Thank God you're not naked. Oh my God. Making belly button wool. That's pair of socks. I like that. That's a good idea. Oh my God. How do you like my socks? They're fucking made from belly button lint. Oh my God, it's funny shit. A whole pillow full, throw full. I mean, that would probably, you could probably make some socks with that. I don't know. We gonna make a sweater? Yakov says he has some extra belly button. A hairpiece from your belly button fuzz. That's funny shit. Or a hat, maybe. Wearing certain shirts, I'm sure helps, huh? Yeah, there you go. I've noticed it. Some of that plushy stuff that when you wear it, sometimes you got like 10 times the belly lint that you normally would, and it's the color of that suit that you've been wearing, that little fucking uh, uh, like a sweatsuit material shit, that kind of shit. Get the wax can going out. Oh, thanks. I myself am going to heat up my dungeon because it's chilly down here. And there ain't no reason there should be. The kiln's hot enough to work. Polo shirts, there you go. Gray. Have you some gray socks going on? 22, 51, 52. Cow fart begins. We'll see what happens here in the next 20 minutes. On the quick. Or are we even going to have to wait? Induction's going on. So, either way. The man only chat? No. Hardly ever. 99% outnumbered most of the time. Is there too much belly button lint flying around for you ladies? See what we guys talk about when we're alone? Or when we think we're alone? That's funny shit. Guys, you're giving away guy secrets, man. All our secret stuff that we talk about. We've been infiltrated. Act normal. You feel mostly like you're identifying as a wardrobe. All right. Maybe a towel. That should get us well on our way. Yeah. So I want to finish this order today, or as much of it as possible. So assembling a giraffe and making marbles tomorrow. And the coffee maker.
Get ready for something new. Rent or buy the latest hit movies on YouTube or stream select titles for free with ads. Watch it all on the YouTube app.
No, I don't want to.
Nothing is illegal. Justice is law. Justice is right. Justice is good. For your sake, justice is good. Speaking of truth, winning is all. Fight so grim, so true, so real. Through your eyes, stand my words, open to my head. It was inside thinking you was right in my head. Young man, that is fair. Morning there, understand. I can't believe the things you say. I can't believe that's right. You say nothing can save you. Justice is law, justice is right, justice is good. For your sake, justice is good. Speaking of truth, winning is all. Right, so grim, so true, so real.
There's the company name, and then 2020. I gotta make 20 of these. There's a friend of mine's company he's working for, and this is Christmas presents for the guy he works with. And as a qualifier, a lot of people, honestly, all the time I get, oh, you're always talking about your friends, your friends, your friends. No, this isn't nice work. This is cheap work. They ain't your friends. They just buy your glass because it makes them money. Let me tell you something. The guy I'm talking about in particular, yeah, he's bought my glass before for a company, a different company. He doesn't deal with me as a business anymore. He works for a grow. And he helped me get my current car after they tried to kill me and destroyed my truck. That's a friend. So yeah, my friends buy my glass because I don't deal with assholes. But I do. I have people say, I ain't your friend. Yeah, they are actually. Anna and I have been friends for a good 5 or 6 years. I've loved Anna for the year before we became friends because I thought she was a good person. And she proved to be a good person. And we're still friends. And if we weren't friends, I probably wouldn't be dealing with Anna. Because as my trolls artfully and skillfully point out, That last one is good, and they pay money for it. That's easy. I don't just deal with anybody. That's what a lot of people don't understand. I live my life by a moral code that I create. It ain't got to be about money. I go up to see Anna, knowing I'm not going to make a dime sometimes. I just go up to see her. 3.5 hours to drive just to see a person, you know, that you're not friends with, I guess. I don't know. And she would give me the shirt off of her back if I needed it. And ads like this. Alright, so there's number one. This is going to turn blood red, the 2020. And that's our blue going out to the company. But the important thing is, it's a multi-hole. That's what he wanted, with the name and all that. I'm giving him a good deal on 20 right now. Christmas presents. I'm starting to feel hungry. I've had this like 3 donuts today. What time is it? 4:12 it is. Stay safe, Jelly. What should I make for dinner this evening? God, am I going to have to run to the store for it? Probably. I keep forgetting to go to the store. No, I went to the store the other day. I got a bunch of milk. Still need to make it to the Dollar Tree at some point. Younger than 6, that's a lot of kids. We're all family. We're all one. We're all one on the magnet. That's the way do things work. That's one thing we got to train ourselves back into. We are humanity. All of it. We got a problem going on right now. A couple of them, actually.
Side by side with my community. Celebrate and have a jubilee. Baby, let's do it. I think you're really sexy. Hey, I was just saying I like you. I think you're really beautiful.
I said beat it.
Yeah, beat it. Hey, you should be more polite.
And you should mind your own business.
Said beat it. Watch your step.
You're late.
Hey, I rescued you and you complain?
Where's the guitar? What's in this bag?
Where are you? I got myself a chocolate cake, but I needed to invest a little money.
You gotta be putting me on. Hey, that was mine too, you know.
Come on. Now fuck the car again.
Stan, you look pathetic.
Look, I could pay for the guitar in a couple of weeks. I could be making $200 a week.
Oh, so you're sold out. Yeah, well, maybe I'm getting out now too.
the night that they ran away. They were found in the dark, but they never returned. Just like somebody slammed the door. Bang! Yeah! He was meant to be wild. He was nearly a child, but they only could feel each other. They were paper and fire, angel and liar, the devil of one another. And they were thrown to the ground with a terrible sound, just like somebody broke the rock and roll children, alone again. Rock and roll children, without a friend. We got rock and roll. It was starting to rain on the night that they cried forever. Oh, it was raining with snow on the night that they screamed goodbye. They were lost in the dark and they never returned. Just like somebody slammed the door. I rock and roll children alone again. Rock and roll children without a friend. Oh, rock and roll children, caught up in the spirit. Oh, rock and roll children, alone again. It was starting to rain on the night that they ran. It was raining with snow on the night that they let them go. Oh, rock and roll children. Rock and roll children. Children all night. Oh, rock and roll children. Rock and roll children. I must have dreamed 1,000 dreams, belonging for your million screams. But I can hear the marching feet moving into the street. How did you read the news today? They say the day has gone away, but I can see the fire still alight, burning into the night. There's too many men, too many people making too many problems. the world we live in. And these are the hands we give. Use them and let's start trying to make it a place worth living
So the reading in that order has to come out I'm making this
This is the world we live in. And these are the hands we give. Use them and let's start trying to make it a place worth living
Hey Glenn, how you doing? we know we'll never leave. There's too many men, too many people, many too many problems. Let's not follow your round. And see this is a confusion. Now this is the world we live in. And these are the hands we give. Use them and let's start shining. Make it a place worth fighting for. This is the world we live in. And these are the names we give. Stand up and let God show me. Just let my mind on your face.
Cardio burns fat, right? No. Cardio actually burns calories, usually in the form of carbs in the bloodstream that are then replaced with the very next meal that you eat and store it as more fat. This is why when you even eat low-calorie foods or run for an hour a day, it seems like you get softer, but you don't actually lose weight. There is a simple way to completely transform your physique, like, say, Hugh Jackman did for the Wolverine movie. Hugh isn't the only one to get shredded seemingly overnight. Chris Pratt went from the chubby, lovable Andy on Parks and Rec to the cover of Men's Fitness, sporting a killer set of abs. Christian Bale starved himself to skin and bone for a role just weeks before rapidly bulking up and building himself into Batman. So, how do these guys do it? Gotta be steroids or designer foods that the rest of us don't have access to, right? No. The truth is that Hollywood elite actors can get ripped while adding 12, 15, even 20 pounds of muscle in just a few weeks because they follow a long forgotten and suppressed by the fitness industry secret that was used for generations of bodybuilders and athletes before steroids were even invented. So according to studies, there's one food that can raise your overall testosterone levels by 52%
and overall sexual health by 78%. Can you guess what it is? I'm going to say probably not, because until a couple of years ago, I had never heard of this food. It's got a super weird name. But what's cool is that you can literally start eating this one food today to reclaim your masculinity, to get higher energy levels, raise your libido again, start burning fat again, start building real muscle again, and actually start feeling good. If you take a testosterone supplement to raise your testosterone levels, nothing's going to happen. Why? Because there's another hormone in your body that destroys testosterone, and there's 4 common foods that you're probably eating right now that are doing that exact thing, causing you to feel low energy and fatigue, low libido, increased fat gain. You can't put on any muscle, and so all these things are just happening from eating foods that you could easily cut out of your diet. And when I did this, I tried it for 30 days, my results have gone through the roof. So I made a free video presentation to show you what these 4 foods are, and also to show you 4 foods that you can eat instead of these, so that you can really start feeling good and looking a lot better. So if you want to check it out, hit that link below while you still can.
Master of Puppets beat me to it. So is Shepard on yet? He said he was going to go on later. Well, sorry about my momentary lapse of calmness. Yeah. It's doing good. Whoever's going to bed, have a good evening. Oh, DK, have a good night. That's cool. I was just checking. No, I was jumping up and down going, fuck, because after checking to see if Shep had anything going on, I clicked over to my main thing, and this guy that I've been bugging for a few days to kind of hoping he'd critique Raw or something, I don't know. But Logic, remember him? He put out something new, so I clicked on it with great hopes, and it's about somebody else. I need a new troll. I killed all mine. Damn it. I was too mean to her. Be nicer. No, I wouldn't. They better send me better troll. Oh. $22.51. Looks like a cow fart. Beautiful stuff. It won't be long till I get a new troll. Yay! Oh, God. I'm sure it won't either. Some dude named Eric showed up today. Funny, he has the same attachments our other Eric does. Anyway, I blocked him probably because I ain't getting into it. He's all like, I don't even remember what he said. What'd he say? He said something stupid. I told him he was a fucktard. I want to listen to Logic. He's funny as fuck. Have you guys listened to this guy critique people? He's fucking hilarious. And he is pretty good. Although, you said, I think I might have pissed him off a little bit. But I didn't because he didn't block me or anything. But he hasn't answered me. I corrected his ass on a few things he needed corrected on. Oh yeah, he came in here talking about my marijuana habit. I just wasn't having it. I said something hideous to him. Maybe I didn't say anything to him at all. No, I said something to him. I forget what I said. Yeah, just Eric. And I was like, but he came in talking about my marijuana use, and that's probably why my sound's fucked up. And I'm like, no. But every time I fucking hook up my thing, I have to reset my sound because somebody got in my system and fucked it up, as far as I can tell. I gotta set my microphone every morning. My computer shouldn't be doing that. I found that problem out a few weeks ago, and I haven't found anything to fix it. So. Yeah, nothing to see here. That video, he was over there talking about my marijuana. Like, fuck off, man. You motherfuckers. Come in and fuck with my computer and then make fun of me. Fuck! I don't know anything about computers. But I've never tried to really learn. I know how to fix them. I'm not very good at operating them. Yeah, nothing to see here. Yes, that was from the Naked Gun, that soundtrack. I like the version of Jingle Bells I ran into today. Is this old homie sitting there with his strummy guitar talking about Santa Claus? you go fuck him up, take all his presents and shit. You get on your way, bitch. Boot, boot. Yeah, dude. Santa Claus must have left his ass some coal when he was a kid. Father Christmas in them and shit. Oh, no fucking Christmas. Like, oh shit. This guy's after my heart. Oh shit, man. So what do you think, man? Should I proceed or what? I bet you he's at work. So just now, 4:30. You know, I haven't heard that actually today myself. So let's do this. Let's listen to my audio because I've heard a lot of people complain about it today. I thought I had it honed in. And I don't even say anything till over here.
Do you notice the pulling in of energy from bow shock? Both in. As hours of skill draw.
Yeah, my sound's fucked. My sound's fucked. What can I say? Fuck. I can tell what I'm saying because I'm hearing keywords, but I don't need spoon fed. Oops. Fuck me.
Why do you think you're having this reaction?
Maybe I just need to speak up. Yeah, I need to fucking work on that. Damn it. Do I sound that bad now? Do I sound that bad now, or is it in my other microphone again? It changes microphones. I didn't check my recorder. Is it? Am I you would have told me if my sound was that bad. Sounds fine. I think it's in the recorder this time again. I gotta go in there and change it. Well, I just played it. It didn't sound very good to me. The music came through pretty good, but my voice, it cut out really bad. I might need to speak up. So let's see what we say. Muslim guy convinces me we don't need profit. Uh-oh.
Here's the season we've been waiting for. Can't you feel it knocking at the door?
Yeah, my last one.
If you're someone who watches this channel regularly, it's unlikely that you're the kind of person who processes the world through the words of holy books and prophets. You probably approach claims of truth and falsehood in a very different manner than, for example, someone who follows the prophet Muhammad. But have you ever considered that maybe you do that because you're just stupid? And really what you should have been doing, if you actually care at all about getting everything right, is just pick a prophet and go, yeah, that guy seems to know what he's talking about. That'll do. Well, I found a speech from some guy who thinks he can convince us that that's exactly what we should do. But I have to say I'm not completely convinced that his intellectual reasoning holds up. Now, just to preface this comes from like an hour-long video, and 40 minutes of it are the actual speech. It's really long. And if I try to get to all of it, it's going to be excessively long and boring, so I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to go through some of the earlier stuff and stop when I get bored, because I know that during that time he already falls flat on his face. So if you're looking for some sort of thorough, complete review of this, which you're almost certainly not, you're not going to get that here. I'm going to be skipping a whole lot of crap I don't care about. So if any of this feels like it's jumping around weirdly, that's because it probably is. If that happens, I'll leave it up to you to watch the original if you care enough, which I bet you don't. Enough screwing around, let's go.
So the first thing is, why do we need a prophet?
Yeah, and when you think you've reached the truth, how can you be sure that you actually did?
God dang it. I did that.
Can't you feel it knocking at the door?
If you're someone who watches this channel regularly, it's unlikely that you're the kind of person who processes the world through the words of holy books and prophets. You probably approach claims of truth and falsehood in a very different manner than, for example, someone who follows the prophet Muhammad. But have you ever considered that maybe you do that because you're just stupid? And really what you should have been doing, if you actually care at all about getting everything right, is just pick a prophet and go, yeah, that guy seems to know what he's talking about. That'll do. Well, I found a speech from some guy who thinks he can convince us that that's exactly what we should do. But I have to say I'm not completely convinced that his intellectual reasoning holds up. Now, just to preface this comes from like an hour-long video, and 40 minutes of it are the actual speech. It's really long. And if I try to get to all of it, it's going to be excessively long and boring, so I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to go through some of the earlier stuff and stop when I get bored, because I know that during that time he already falls flat on his face. So if you're looking for some sort of thorough, complete review of this, which you're almost certainly not, you're not going to get that here. I'm going to be skipping a whole lot of crap I don't care about. So if any of this feels like it's jumping around weirdly, that's because it probably is. If that happens, I'll leave it up to you to watch the original if you care enough, which I bet you don't. Enough screwing around, let's go.
So the first thing is, why do we need a prophet? We have to first of all discuss how do we even reach the truth. So the DSA, there we have our own intellects, it's enough. But how does each person reach the truth?
Yeah, and when you think you've reached the truth, how can you be sure that you actually did? Philosopher.
So there are three main ways that a person can reach the truth. The first way is the internal, the Gnosticism or the spiritual element.
Which I think is just a fancy way of saying, it feels right.
The second is is intellect. And the third way is by the sending of prophets and messengers who tell us how to reach the truth.
Which I think is just a fancy way of saying, that guy said it and it feels right. But, that's what this video is for, is to establish that it's not just that, and that not only is it not as stupid as that, but we actually need these prophets if we want to reach the truth. I shouldn't just be mocking the whole concept right out of the gate. I should pretend like I haven't heard people try to justify this position 50,000 times. Okay, let's get into the right mindset here. I'm a young man just setting out into the world full of fresh-faced optimism, and a man who looks suspiciously like young Santa Claus in a nightgown stops me on the street and says, "Excuse me, sir, you need a prophet. I have one for you. Here." And I look at him in sincere ignorance, having never heard of this concept before. I say, "Truly, sir, I don't even know what that is. Please, sir, what's a prophet, and why do I need one?" This video is going downhill fast.
So the first way is through Gnosticism, spirituality, which involves the person from being away from the people and leaving off desires, which is effective monasticism.
Whoa. I hear this stuff from Christians all the time. People who are like, listen, I don't like the Bible, I don't like religion, I don't like the church. Ain't nobody gonna tell me what to think about my Jesus. I just pray to God, I talk to him, he tells me what to believe, I feel it, I know it's true, and that's the end of it. Now, of course, I'm not saying that kind of attitude actually gets them anywhere close to the truth. Quite the contrary, I think. But you're also saying it's flawed. Nobody here is saying it's a good idea. The point is, I don't understand why you're saying that the spiritual way of trying to approach the truth just inherently involves cutting yourself off from other people and your desires. It's weirdly specific. To be fair, I also don't know why you're calling this Gnosticism. And I guess it's not really that relevant because clearly this is not the actual subject of the video. But it does get me curious about what strange connections you might draw going forward.
And the problem with this is that there's no proof. There's nothing that has been provided as proof to state that this is the main way to reach the truth, except through subjective experience.
Well, there's something I'm tempted to say, but then we'd probably get into a big discussion about how awesome the Quran is and how awesome Muhammad is and how awesome those things are as proof. Now, let's keep it focused.
That I had a dream, or I had this feeling, or I had this, or something happened to me, or that is very subjective.
Yeah, believe me, I agree. But I can't help noticing how that sounds suspiciously similar to Muhammad talking about all of his experiences with the angel and whatnot. I mean, there's hundreds at least of random YouTubers who say the exact same kind of stuff now, like that an angel or God or whoever literally visited them and told them something. And I agree that it's a big old unconvincing pile of nonsense. It doesn't prove anything, which is precisely why I reject the Quran. But again, I feel like we're creeping back towards a discussion about how great the Quran is and how great the Prophet is, so I really better stay focused here. I've done plenty of videos about various claims about how wonderful the Quran is and how wonderful Muhammad is. I don't find it terribly compelling, but it's not the time or place.
Moreover, there doesn't have to be a contradiction between the soul, Gnosticism, and the mind, philosophy, or intellect, using your intellect.
I agree, absolutely. There does not need to be a contradiction there. If you have some sort of spiritual experience that you can't explain or just don't bother trying to explain by any other means, and you draw some sort of line of reasoning like, I had a dream, or I had a feeling, or I had a psychotic break, or I did shitloads of drugs and saw the machine elves, and therefore God is real, You are definitely using your intellect. I don't think you're using it well, but you're using it.
Now, there are millions of people who are involved in this, and everyone has their own viewpoint. If it had been the truth, then they would have all agreed on something.
Well, that's obviously not true. I mean, take all the rapture dream people on YouTube. I've probably watched hundreds of videos from those people, and they're all either incredibly vague or they contradict with each other. You know, they'll say the rapture is going to happen on a specific date, and it's totally different from the date the other guy said, that kind of thing. And okay, sure, maybe 9,999 out of every 10,000 of them are totally full of shit or delusional, whatever it is. But it could be one of them's right. You never know. I would be incredibly surprised, but you never know. Point being, maybe there is somebody out there who God actually came and spoke to and said, the rapture is going to happen on December 1 week after this video with, and maybe that's true. Maybe they actually managed to reach the truth through this means. Just because other people who think the same thing's happening to them don't manage to reach the truth does not mean that this can't actually lead you to the truth. That's not to say I think they will, or at least not with any better rate than chance. I just don't think you've picked a very good argument against it. No, just saying that if it was the truth, they all would have agreed on it using this method. That's not a good argument at all. A better argument would be if this were a reliable method to reach the truth, then there would by and large be a decent amount of agreement between these people. You know, because the truth is one thing, and all of them are reliably proceeding towards it. But that's not the argument you made. No takebacks.
But then you find a lot of spiritual methodologies that they don't agree with one another.
Yep, that's true. The part that's confusing me here is that you're putting the reliance on prophets separate from this as if it's somehow more reliable. I mean, yeah, I guess if you have some sort of a book, read the fucking book. Then that helps to form more agreement. But look at all the religions out there, man. Even the ones with books and prophets, even the ones with some of your prophets. There's so much disagreement there between some of them that there have been wars and genocides committed over it. What the hell? And then even within religions, like Christianity and Islam, for example, there's major schisms. Not only that, but at times bitter hatred. Again, people have died over this. Catholic and Protestant, Sunni and Shia, Judaism and seemingly everybody. Religions that share the same books and the same prophets and still somehow can't agree. But if it's the truth, then surely they must all agree. I mean, the prophets are the best way to reach the truth. Is all this stuff about the unreliability of the spiritual way a criticism or an endorsement?
Now, the second way that people try to reach the truth is using the intellect, which is used by philosophers. So philosophers argue that they don't need prophets, but people need to use their own common sense and intellect.
Well, whether you need prophets or not, you're going to have to do that. Like I said, even that spiritual approach of just, well, I feel it and therefore God, well, you're still using your intellect. Reasoning poorly is still reasoning. And that's going to be the case with prophets as well. At some point, you're going to be reasoning about whether this guy's actually a prophet, even if it's as basic and dumb as, well, this guy sounds like he knows what he's talking about, therefore everything he says is true. Or, my daddy said it, so I believe it. I don't consider these approaches non-reason-based approaches. I just consider them poor reason-based approaches. And I understand that when people make decisions based on their feelings or their desires, they may not be consciously thinking through things in terms like this, therefore that. But on some level, that's still what's happening. I mean, if you just believe something because you feel that way, or if you believe something because you explicitly think to yourself, I feel this way, therefore I believe that. Functionally speaking, you've done the same thing. You know, if some atheist starts pressing you about your reasons for believing in God or believing whatever you think God wants from you, you're going to start saying, well, I feel this way, therefore. So the difference is minor at best.
Now, the intellect God gave us makes the sending of prophets unnecessary. This is what they say.
Well, that's not a very good argument, is it? I mean, the thing about the prophets isn't that they are somehow a substitute for the intellect. Right? I mean, the whole point is that they are basically giving you information from God. Hey, what's up? I'm the mouthpiece of God. Let me tell you all about the origin of the universe and about all the rules you're supposed to follow. And then you can take it from there, decide what you're going to do. That's your business, right? I mean, from the religious perspective, the point of a prophet is not to reason for you. The point of a prophet is to inform you, specifically about things that you might not just get from empirically observing the universe or reasoning. Right? Like, if Islam is true, you're not going to get ideas about Judgment Day and hell and praying 5 times a day just from sitting there reading, right? This is like hidden information that would have to be revealed. I mean, obviously, I don't think any of this is true information. I'm just saying, if people say what you just said, they say it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. That's all.
So Ibn Rushd, a Muslim scholar who is sometimes known in the West as Averroes, who died in 1198, in the Gregorian calendar. He argued that if it was the main way to reach the truth, if the intellect or philosophy was the main way to reach the truth, then all the philosophers would have agreed on the same thing. And that's certainly not happened.
Okay, that sounds like the same argument you made before, but it's not. The argument you made before was, if it's true, then everyone should agree on it. But now the argument is, if the intellect is the main way to reach the truth, then everyone should agree on the same truth. Or to be a little more loosey-goosey about it, everyone should at least gradually converge towards the same truth. Which, again, is not true, frankly. I mean, okay, for one thing, we're assuming that there's some main way to reach the truth. Strange concept, really. I would have said best way to reach the truth, the one that has the best results. But if the only three ways to reach the truth really are just to feel it, which is the spiritual way, to sit there thinking about it, which is the intellectual way, and to get it from prophets, if these really are the only three ways, and still not everybody using any given one of them manages to agree on the truth, I guess it's possible that maybe every way to reach the truth has flaws, even the best way. Maybe no matter what we do, we're stuck having to second guess ourselves, double check our reasoning, triple check our reasoning, check it against some external source, meaning the world, not a book. Interrogate other people's reasoning when they present it to us, question people's stories, question people's motives, even question our own senses, at least to some degree, because we can be fooled just as well as everyone else can. And I have to say, I fail to see how that does not line up perfectly with reality. I mean, that seems to be exactly how it is. No matter which of these methods you pick, people do fail to agree on things. Of course, that doesn't mean that one of them can't stand out head and shoulders above the others, especially once you start introducing checks and balances to try to make sure that you're not introducing your own biases, and when you start basing it on actual observation of reality. That is, when you actually admit that there are flaws in your intellect, and so you start to take steps to mitigate that. That's when you start to cut out a lot of the error potential and start to see convergence onto a single truth. That occurs exclusively within the intellectual category. The spiritual and the prophet categories have failed at this completely. So right off the bat, that intellectual one is much more appealing. I mean, if I'm going to choose a way to figure out what's true, I'm probably going to choose the one with the best track record.
Very similar argument used against Gnosticism. Now, the intellect is limited and cannot see the metaphysical. The metaphysical are things which are the unseen, such as paradise and hellfire, such as the day of judgment, resurrection, and so on and so forth. They can only focus on the observable.
Well, of course I agree. If you make up an idea and define it as scientifically and logically undetectable, then you're not going to detect it by those means. You're not going to come to the conclusion that it exists, but you're not going to be able to reliably come to a conclusion about whether these things exist through any of the other means either. So why wouldn't I just slap a big old X to doubt on it and get on with my life?
Now, the intellect cannot reach the details of legislation and behavior, only broad concepts.
I'm detecting just the tiniest bit of begging question here. You know, we can't detect the legislation and behavior, by which I can only assume you're referring to universal objective morality. Oh, at this stage, why are we even assuming that's a realistic concept in the first place? I mean, it would seem to me that morality is based on values, and values are something that people have. So when you come up with a moral system, it's going to be based on some sort of human value. Generally speaking, humans value things like safety, survival, family, even certainty and group cohesion, and so on and so on. You know, avoiding some sort of bad outcome that they're afraid of for some reason. And their moral systems tend to reflect it, including the religious one. I've always been impressed how, for all this talk about how God is this incomprehensible, transcendent, cosmic entity, this mind-warping, Lovecraftian nightmare, the moral systems he supposedly sends down all seem deeply, deeply human. They seem to almost exclusively address petty human concerns. Security concerns like murder and theft, reproductive concerns like marriage and adultery, issues of certainty and group cohesion like not wanting to hear people bad-mouthing your religion, or wanting people to go to the gathering place and proclaim their allegiance to the same idea, or not liking people from outside the tribe. Just basic animalistic kind of concerns that people come up with just as well without God as they do with him. And then, of course, you throw in a few weird superstitions people have picked up over the years, pretty much on par with some football player being concerned about which socks he wears. It's all these human-centric rules, really non-cosmic, non-transcendent kind of stuff. Very similar, in fact, in the broad strokes to what secular societies come up with just to try to protect their own citizens, protect their way of life, make sure they can eat tomorrow, try not to get sick, maybe create some sort of national identity. I don't know. I'm not even really talking about what you're talking about anymore. I'm just kind of off in the weeds rambling. I expect a lot of that. I'll probably just use a lot of this as a springboard for my own thoughts on things. Frankly, I find this speech really boring, so my mind's kind of wandering.
as Jean-Jacques Rousseau, the Genevan philosopher who died in 1778, he argued that the intellect guides us to the truth, but it does not lead us to the details of that truth.
I don't know or care what Rousseau had to say. I haven't read him. I'm probably not going to read him. These philosophers are just people like you and me. If Rousseau said it or if Ronald McDonald said it, I don't really care. Just tell me the idea. And just from what you presented about the idea, it sounds kind of dumb. I mean, science is an intellectual pursuit, and it's all about details. In fact, it's painfully focused on details. Reading actual scientific literature is a complete slog because of the details. Now, it's possible you're exclusively talking about morality, but you didn't clarify that. But if you are, I don't think there's some objective set of details of morality anyway. So if that is what you're talking about, my response would pretty much just be to reject the need for knowing such details in the first place, because I don't think they exist. Whatever, man, I keep getting off track here. This is going to keep going forever if I keep going at this rate.
So prophets give us a legislation, they give us a system of how people should live, and people will not be able to legislate for themselves.
What? We do that all the time. Of course we can do that. We literally have places called legislatures that do nothing but legislate. Now, you might not agree with it. You might prefer some sort of rules that come from God. That's your personal preference. I don't care. But you said we can't do it. Well, we do it. Tough shit. If you want my opinion, I think Muhammad and every other supposed prophet did the exact same thing. Here are my rules for how I think you should live. Okay, maybe you don't think Muhammad did that, but what about Joseph Smith? See, humans can do it.
Right? Everyone's read, what's that book by Golding? I've got the name now. We read it at school. Lord of the Flies, right?
You mean the one where they legislate that whoever holds the conch shell is the one who can speak? I mean, okay, it didn't work out all that well, I get that. But again, that seems very typical in human societies. It seems downright realistic. And I certainly do not just mean in secular countries. I guess I'll leave it up to you to find examples from religious ones. That should be real hard. No Lord of the Flies shit going on in the Muslim world, is there?
So let's just take an example. Students in a school will not be able to educate themselves. This is why we need teachers, we need staff, we need management, so on and so forth.
Well, yeah, but that's because there's so much knowledge. Human society, without God's help, has gathered so much information about the world that it takes like 13 years to catch a kid up to the basic level. In 13 years, they basically get a little Cliff's Notes book that's supposed to represent an entire library of shit that we've figured out all by ourselves. I'm not really seeing the argument against the human intellect here.
So as we can see, the need for prophethood is a necessity as it compensates for the deficiency that is found in our intellect and also in our soul.
Kids need teachers because they don't immediately know everything that humanity collectively has discovered over thousands of years. And therefore, we have deficiencies in our intellects and souls and need prophets. What does your conclusion even have to do with your premise there? You didn't lay out reasoning. You just said a thing and then asserted a different thing. I guess that's your flawed intellect. I don't really know why you're trying to establish any of this through intellectual means if the intellect is so terrible, yours in particular.
So a number of examples that we cannot reach the truth or reach some truth based on intellect and on spirituality alone, such as knowing God.
Yeah, especially if there isn't one. That'd make it a real hard truth to reach.
Knowing him through his names and attributes. They cannot be reached by the intellect. The intellect may lead you to the existence of God.
Yeah, you see why I don't disagree with you that the intellect is flawed? I'd have to ignore stuff like that.
But it will not show you the details of God in terms of his names and attributes.
I've always found this fixation on names really weird. Like attributes, yeah, okay. The names of God in Islam really are just attributes. The compassionate, the merciful, the eternal, so on and so on. It's just, I mean, if those actually are attributes of God, you can still describe them with those, even if you call them like Bob or Doug or whatever you want to call them. Point being, why don't we just say attributes? This seems inefficient. Oh well, no big deal.
Also, human beings are subjective because of their desires. Perhaps someone can say, I don't like meat. I don't like meat, so it's impermissible, it's haram. So the criteria has now become the desires.
And it should be somebody else's desires.
And in fact, most of the laws today, if you think about it, are biased. Right? They're all subjective.
Well, they're based on a subjective set of values. Sure, I'll agree with that. But they're trying to address those values in an objective way, similar to how you want people to follow Islam and obey Islamic rules. So if you're the type of, for example, Sharia law, you might say, I really want the Sharia implemented. Well, that's just subjective too. I want people to join Islam and not go to hell. There's no subjectivity or bias there. Hell, even if God does it. I want people to pray to me 5 times a day. Okay, good for you. I want people to fast during Ramadan. Good for you, Muhammad. I mean, Allah. Now it's an objective desire because you want it.
Some systems they lead towards rich people. Some systems they lead towards, they are biased towards men. Some systems they favor poor people, as an example.
Some systems are biased towards Muslim people.
So our subjectivity is based on our desire.
You phrase things in a really weird way, but yeah, generally you're going to adhere to some system of morality that reflects your values, that gets the world somehow closer to how you hope it will be. Which is why some Muslim governments introduce Islamic law into their countries, because that's the way they subjectively want the world to be. They believe a thing, they believe it's a good thing to believe that thing, and to behave in accordance with said thing, and so they build their laws on that foundation, just because they feel like it. This is identical to how every other society on Earth does it. The only difference is what the foundation is. If you wish, you can say that your foundation is better, that living in accordance with it and making laws in accordance with it makes people's lives better, if that's what you think. But that doesn't mean your foundation's true. All right, I'm going to cut it off there, and I'm going to come back for a part 2, because I know that a little bit later in this video, there's something incredibly dumb that's said. And quite simply, I wouldn't be doing my job properly if I showed you all this stuff and I didn't show you that. So come back and join me, subscribe if you haven't. If you want early access to videos, you can either sign up on my Patreon for very early access, or you can sign up on my email list for less early access. We have something like 7,500 people now on that email list. It's pretty amazing. Seems to be going over quite well. Anyway, if you don't mind, before you go, slap a like on the video. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next time.
Not one of his better videos.
All right. Let me check the stream. Oh, yeah. Yeah, now we're live for sure.
Okay, great.
I'm kind of a stream boomer. I don't really know what I'm doing. Even though I've done this like a good, 10 times.
I want to get to know the stream because I've turned on a lot of invitations because I didn't know we wanted to become like a.
Oh, it's cooking with my ass time.
Oh, you're kind of breaking up there.
Fucking ready to eat something. Hi, Kelly. Hi, kid.
Oh, it's sounding good now to you?
Huh? Shit, fuck. Huh? Okay. Sorry. We're having pig swap this evening. I do have to go to the store. No, I don't. No, I don't. Son, I've got a water pop. Yeah, boy, you. Been going okay. I should have got up earlier. Actually. I got up too fucking early.
Some people saying they can live with the left ear.
I'm not even sure what we're listening to at the
Still
moment.
left ear? Is it still only? Am I still only in the left ear?
I'm on
'Cause I think
emergency
that to make it
operations
not
at the
like
moment.
that, I might have to restart Streamlabs.
We're having fucking spam sandwiches tonight. I know the kids gonna love it. I mean, that's what we're having. I forgot to go to the store. I didn't know I needed to go to the store that bad. Damn.
Now am I still left ear? I'm still here. No, I'm just asking the chat if I'm still only in the left ear. Fixed? Both ears. Yeah, cool. I found a checkbox down next to mono. Great. Okay.
Oh, God. Those guys. Brand new at this time. Son, these dishes need done too. Hey, bud. You can make some reparations right now. It's your little butt in here. Break time's over. I know you got dogs to walk, you got butt to wash, you got dinner coming up here in a minute. You're on my clock now, boy.
No,
You got things to do.
I know. I got patches to hug.
Oh, no.
Yes.
Maybe.
Hugs.
I don't think you need to, dude.
Hugs.
I don't need to hear her bark.
Happy.
Oh, yeah. I can tell. You're feeling that happiness.
I'm very happy.
I'm making your favorite.
Mama says.
Yeah. Only because we ain't got nothing else in the damn freezer. I was like, what the hell? Daddy needs to go to the store.
It doesn't look like I need to do this.
Huh?
It doesn't look like I need
Well, you should.
It's literally just with one dish putting out
Well,
the entirety of the...
You should at least wash your butthole
Stop it, Patchett!
first, anyway.
I said later.
What?
Later, after dinner.
For shower?
Yes.
Oh, well, wash your couple cups and shit. It ain't gonna kill you.
No, it is. Okay, end my life.
Oh, good God. Poor baby.
Don't break all my bones.
It's gonna break your bones.
Yes.
Oh, poor baby.
Oh, she's pissed. Look at Kiko, he's eating you. He's taking me, he's like, look, he's gone, I'm gonna eat me blanket.
You crazy damn dog. Keep that away from the hot thing.
I kicked her baby.
Oh no.
She's pissed.
How tragic.
Now she's pissed.
How new.
I kicked her baby.
How new that she's upset.
She's pissed. She's not upset, she's pissed. She's not just upset, she's pissed. She is upset. Oh, listen. She can't take it.
So we'll have some French fries with us.
Oh, God.
Spanish.
Oh, God, I'm scared. Terrified. I'm absolutely terrified.
I would be.
Got a pot. Smack you with a pot.
Motherfucking season fries. Bless a baby. Look, Chico, watch. I did. Let's pay attention.
You get them, Patches.
I'm gonna get him again.
Oh shit.
I get him again. I get him, Chico. I'm gonna get him.
He's gonna get him, Chico.
I'm gonna get him.
He's like, fuck that.
Chico's gonna protect Seamus.
I started stomping at him.
Fight.
He's fucking freaked.
Watch out, Chico. Let's make him. I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna get him, Chico.
What was that? What was that? It was a scary karate maneuver. You just pulled off. What was that?
You're a pimp.
I'm not quite sure. He did a 180 backflip in the air.
Let's take his butt. I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna get his butt. I'm gonna get his butt. I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna get him, Chico.
He like did a 180 semi-flip in the air. Trying to turn around and run away at the same time.
This is fucking shit.
Run away and turn around at the same time. Which made him jump as well.
You're funny, dude. He didn't know what to do. That's some funny shit. Poor Chico. He's trying to protect old Seamus here. Oh, God.
Time to do the dishes in cold water.
You ready? Have barbecue sandwiches.
Did you hear what the freaking water sounds did?
Huh?
He just went. I am ready, but when's your water gonna be ready?
Yep. Baby steps.
Water's never gonna be ready. It's ready now. Now it's never ready. Oh God. Ah, Jesus. Darn. The water is packed.
Yeah.
What are you doing? Go on, Chico.
Hi!
I got water gun. I got the gun of water.
Mm-hmm.
Fear me.
I saw you jump.
Fear me. Gun of water.
That shit's still sitting here from yesterday.
Because I want it to. Because it's just having an existential crisis. She's pissed at everything. She goes a little me.
I know.
Oh!
I helped her out with that.
Chico got almost captured. Don't look at me for help. Terrified, but
Thank you, sir. Nope. You're his, Chico. You're all his. Come on, kiddo. Dinner's cooking.
what?
Dinner's cooking.
Oh God.
You hear that? What did he do that with? Is that coming from this direction or that direction? I can't tell either. I'm hearing a puppy in distress. Sounded pretty extreme.
And now they hear it. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I'm hearing anything.
No, doesn't know.
I don't know.
Okay. It's scary. He doesn't know.
Well, I walked out there. I didn't hear anything else.
He doesn't know.
So I don't know. I don't know where it was coming
Oh
from.
God.
I don't know, bud.
He doesn't know.
I don't know.
Oh God. Freak out, Chico. He doesn't know.
Gee, you better.
He doesn't know, Chico.
Full freak out moment here. Daddy, don't know.
Don't know. He don't know.
He don't know. He don't know. Who's a Bob Marley fan?
But he don't know.
We don't know.
He don't know.
No. We don't know.
He don't know.
He don't know.
He don't know. Won't break a mug. I'm gonna throw it in the room. Dad.
Hmm?
I'm gonna throw a mug on the ground.
Yeah, that's the plan, Kelly. Why are you gonna do that?
Because I want to.
Oh, okay.
And then I'm gonna fuck Chico. She just hears the word hug and she goes insane. Like, no! No!
No hug.
No! No, stop touching. I am the princess. Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
Is it that exciting?
Is there a Chico attached to your leg?
Yeah. Ain't nothing in it. You already looked at it.
Was there a Chico attached to your leg patches?
There, got that one clean.
There was a Chico attached to your leg.
There was. I seen that.
You see that?
Shit, he was hanging on like a necklace. Crazy dog.
Oh shit, now she's pissed.
Crazy dog in plural.
Plural.
Crazy plural dogs.
Oh, now they're both.
What do you want on your Spanish?
Spanish.
Yep.
Mayo and mustard.
Mayo and mustard.
You starred.
Alright. You must have been brought up right.
Pickles.
Pickles? Now you're getting weird.
On the side.
On the side. Okay.
I'm going to hug the shit out of you. I will hug the shit out of you.
Oh, she asked for it now. She asked for it now.
She's just barking. She's not even barking at me, she's just barking.
Cheeky ego. You
Too
don't
much.
want to.
That's way too big for you. What are you barking? You know what? I'm going.
Just one at a time. Don't stress out. You ain't missing nothing big.
Hello. And Chico.
You want another one? Look at him. Acts like a crack. Like, give me more. I like your bread. You like that shit, huh? I hit you right in the head with it. He can't find it. It's right in his feet. There you go. There you go, Cheeky. I just threw you another one, punk. Look, you're all standing up. It's right here. It's right here. It's right here. He's not the smartest of all.
No, Dave.
He's not exactly the smartest.
We're here for your baby patches. Eyes are bugging out. Like, look at the Chico.
What's he doing?
There's a Chico here. What is it?
Look at her nose. It's going crazy now. All she can do is sniff everything.
Everything. Every molecule of every.
That's why I fed her last, because I knew she'd be neurotic about it.
Where's the rest?
Where's the rest of your food?
Where is it? Where is it? That's just. It's like you catch peeking out of her baby.
You need to knock it off right now before you get started, dog. I hear you. Go. No. Can't help you. She's very upset. She figured out that I'm again making dinner for you, not her. Very upset. She tried to stand here and convince me that you weren't hungry and you didn't really want dinner. You don't like spam. I was like, Patches, I know you're lying now because spam's about all that kid asked for. And I never give. You don't think he's going to want the spam I'm making tonight? I don't care for it too much. Unless it's fried on a sandwich. I can't help you. I cannot help you. Well, I can't. I don't know what to tell you. Go. 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 You fucking dumb dog. Fucking dumb dog. Ain't gonna get you nowhere.
Yeah, that's right. I threatened you with a baby. It's your baby. I'll hug your baby.
Where's my hot pad? It did that. I'm blaming you. See? You set your shit right on it. You beat your ass. Oh, I'm gonna beat your ass. What's that?
She instantly dropped her baby. She's like, fuck that. Look! What are you doing? Evil, Chico.
Evil. Point at her.
Evil.
Pointing at you.
Evil.
Evil.
Your baby's going to dinner. Your baby's going to get it.
So he's stealing Chico's food. Miss Day.
She's like, it's still too hot. Why is it hot? I don't know. What's the hot patches?
Hey. You don't have to bark at everybody. No. There you go. Throw your can around. You feel better. I have a feeling I cooked way too many fries anyway, Patches. I'm sure that boy's going to be sharing. Slow down, Chico. Fucking choke on a fry, dude. Two. We got two. Hey, kid.
What?
Your dinner's on a plate. It's on a plate of your favorite color.
Yes, white's my favorite.
Break ketchup.
Is it your favorite color? White's my favorite.
You could have just as easily said honk. Right on. Well, I'm gonna take this shit downstairs and I'll be right back for you. Love you, kiddo. Welcome back, Brood. We was worried about you. You passed on, didn't say anything. We was like, I wonder if Catfish blocked him. Oh shit. Yeah. Only half the time, apparently. I was hoping that fixed it. I think YouTube's got something against you, buddy.
When people talk about Atlantis, they usually refer to the writings of Plato, the Athenian philosopher who lived during the classical period in ancient Greece. According to Plato, 11,500 years ago, cataclysms ended a powerful civilization, which incidentally is the same time anthropologists recognize as the end of the Pleistocene and start of our current Holocene. He stated that the capital city of this empire existed as an island nation located in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, populated by a noble and powerful race. According to Rudolf Steiner, quote, the greatest part of the Atlantean population declined. From a small portion are descended of the so-called Aryans, who comprise present-day civilized humanity. It was said that the people of this land possessed great wealth thanks to the natural resources found throughout their island, and that it was a center for trade and commerce, which in modern terminology meant
I already did that once.
Empire, where the rulers of this land held sway over the people and land of their own
I already did that once.
as well as into Europe, Africa, and likely the Americas as well.
Did it
This was
again.
the island of Atlantis, mythologically associated with Poseidon, god of the sea, who fell in love with a mortal woman, Plato, for whom he created a dwelling at the top of a hill near the middle of the island, and surrounded the dwelling with water
Yeah.
and land to protect it. Plato gave birth to 5 sets of twin boys, became the first rulers of Atlantis. The island was divided among the brothers, the eldest, Atlas, first king of Atlantis, being given control over the central hill and surrounding area. Plato was a student of Socrates until his death in 399 BC.
Nope.
At the hands of
It shouldn't. You're not my moderator anymore.
Plato
Better watch it.
Including journeys in
I might stick one of my wrenches on you.
This hill was preserved, etched in hieroglyphs on stone. Plato concedes that he learned the legend of Atlantis from Solon, who, in turn, got it from Egyptian priests, who said that periodic global cataclysms set mankind back, causing civilized humanity to forget its own history, leaving it in a state of amnesia. In his work Critias, around 360 BC, description by the priest. Well,
You just might.
remember only one.
You were blocking people yesterday without no cause.
You and your fellow citizens are descended from few survivors that were, but you know nothing about it. So many succeeding generations left no record in writing. The change in the rising and setting of the sun and the other heavenly bodies. How in those times they used to set in the quarter where they now rise. They used to rise where they now set. All the changes which take place in the heavens, this reversal is the greatest and most complete. There is at this time great destruction of animals in general. And only a
I think
small
that's probably the problem,
race
John.
survive. Most mainstream geologists agree that the evidence is overwhelming.
It's your magnet field. You're just excited and you touch it and it's like, it blows your hammer right off there.
Ended the last ice
Or the wrench.
and altered the face of the planet in almost every way.
Maybe we need to get you a hatchet.
Don't waste 100 nights testing a mattress. Head into Ashley Home Store and experience your new mattress in a box before you buy it. Then simply order online or from your local store. Click the link to have better.
That'd be cool if I could pick my mods icons. I'd give you all a hatchet.
People alive at that time must have been an experience we can't imagine. The sea levels rising 300 feet in a relatively short period of time, submerging all beaches and coastal lands, torrential rainstorms measuring feet instead of inches, worldwide hurricanes, supervolcanic eruptions turning the sky black and blotting out the sun for months. human survivors of this cataclysm would never have forgotten, and most certainly would have told their children and grandchildren about.
John's been bad, Glenn. He should probably get smacked.
Passed on the story to their own descendants. This memory endures to the present day.
He didn't make a video today, motherfucker.
Not said. Some still claim that the stories of cataclysms are not based on true events. Merely fantasy made up by Plato, and that an ancient global empire never wiped
Put
out.
you on timeout
It never existed.
for 600-second timeout. We're trying to mistreat
But the truth
John
is,
over
he
here.
was not alone in using it. Herodotus, a well-respected historian, a few decades before Plato was born, and in his Histories, Book 1, he refers to the sea beyond the Pillars of Hercules.
Oh, don't be trying to talk in my channel, John.
Plato invented the word Atlantis. Atlas, as well as a river called Atlas.
Don't worry, he'll be back. Give him extra time to make a video.
Word Atlan on the other side of the Atlantic, the Mayan. Azatlan, also the ancestral land of the Aztecs, who called themselves Mexica.
Oh God!
Who would get the water from Mexico. It was to state that they originated from an island that has several theories attached to it, but has yet to be officially identified. The Mesoamerican legends of ancient white bearded gods and serpent mythology becomes fascinating when considering other aspects of history presented by Plato on the other side of the Atlantic.
I can't put you in
590.
I can't take you out of timeout.
Egyptian priest, very great age, told Greek statesman Solon, incredible tale.
Oh shit! I just tossed them away.
Natural catastrophe. Great Atlantean War. Quote, this power came forth out of the Atlantic Ocean. For in those days, the Atlantic was navigable, and there was an island situated in front of the straits.
Understood. What do you hear, though?
Island is larger than Libya.
Yeah, you can. I was trying to undo it, but it won't let me.
Surrounded the true ocean. This sea, which is within the Straits of Hercules,
yeah, welcome to my fucking channel.
But that other real sea, surrounding land.
I demand my daily videos. Damn it! I'm going to torment him.
In this island, great, wonderful empire, which had rule over the whole island, several others, and over other parts of the continent. And furthermore, the men of Atlantis had subjugated parts of Libya within the columns of Hercules, as far as Egypt, and of Europe as far as Armenia. This vast power, gathered into one, endeavored to subdue at a blow our country and yours, and the whole of the region within the Straits.
It seems like an eternity, doesn't it?
Your country shown the excellence for virtue and strength among all mankind. She was preeminent in courage and military skill, and was the leader of the Hellenes. And when the rest fell off from her, being compelled to stand alone, after having undergone the very extremity of danger, she defeated and triumphed over the invaders. And
it doesn't have a remove timeout.
Were not yet subjugated.
Because I did it, I think. I don't know.
All the rest of us who dwelt within the village. But afterwards, there were violent earthquakes, floods, and in a single day and night, misfortune, all your warlike men, their bodies sank into the earth, and the island of Atlantis, in like manner, disappeared in the depths of the sea. For which reason, the sea in those parts is impassable and impenetrable, because there is a shoal of mud in the way. And this was caused by the subsidence of the island. Plato, 360 BC. Of course, the Atlantis would not have been alone in meeting its destructive fate with global sea levels rising so abruptly. The legendary Easter Island of Hiva, which sank beneath the waves, people fled, while one Samoan legend calls a similar place Polutu. The Maoris of New Zealand still talk about arriving long ago from a sinking island called Hawaii, a vast mountainous place on the other side of the water. The myths and traditions of India abound with reference. The Rig Veda speaks of the 3 continents that were.
Yeah.
The third was home to a race.
Seems like an eternity when it's homebrewed. I was going to remove his timeout, but it didn't give me an option to.
Home to a race of sun watchers. But Rutas was
Now, if you guys put someone on timeout, I can remove the timeout.
The ocean's depth. Fragments remain at Indonesia and Pacific Islands, and a few survivors reached.
But apparently, I can't remove my own timeout.
That faced with disasters, some people hid inside the earth, while others escaped by crossing the ocean on reed rafts, using the island as a stepping stone. The same story of escape to dry land appears in Popol Vuh, the Mayan story of creation. Indeed, the Hindus have many traditions of a paradisal region where mankind and civilization first originated. One such place was Tripura, the Triple City, with metallic walls and golden palaces. The inhabitants of Tripura were originally extremely pious, but with the passage of time, they became evil and perverse and were destroyed by Shiva. This story mirrors the Atlantean tale of degradation of their civilization. But what exactly was their crime? What did the Atlantean race do that was considered so evil? Let us turn once again to Plato. Quote, for many generations, as long as the divine nature lasted in them, they were obedient to the laws, well affectioned towards the God whose seed they were. For they possessed truth and in every way great spirit. However, the Atlanteans became corrupt. The divine portion began to fade away and became diluted too often, too much mortal admixture. Human nature got the upper hand. They then, being unable to bear their fortune, became unseen. Him who has the eye to see, visibly face. In an anthropological context, I've linked the Atlantean civilization with Cro-Magnon fossil record and traced their descendants into the Holocene to our present age. For more on this, I've included a link in the description to a popular video I made on the subject. Over 2
Oh, there he is.
Called RH Negative Blood.
You watched them all, did you?
As well as a more recent video.
That guy starts giving you trouble, Glenn. Don't feel afraid to smack him around with that 600-second violation there.
I'm an anthropologist.
He's trouble.
My published work available on Amazon. My books make a great gift. If you'd like to support my work,
I'm not so sure he watched all my videos.
Description section. I very much appreciate it. Thank you. I'd also like to extend my gratitude to those that have been sharing these videos, as I rely on word of mouth and have been experiencing a degree of censorship for my account on social media. So thank you for that as well. I may also start doing some question and answer live streams, as I've been getting a lot of requests for that, and I received too many questions to reply to each individual. Please don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe for future updates. As always, I look forward to reading your thoughts. Please leave a comment below. Please have a wonderful week, and I hope to see you guys.
Hopefully we fixed your wrench problem.
Thankfully, the beaches in LA opened again for exercise only. And by the looks of my love handles, not a moment too soon.
It's always dry and dead in West Texas.
Good for physical fitness. I feel it's important to get out of the house into the fresh air.
There's like hundreds of miles of dry nothingness out there.
And
nothing.
So while everyone is practicing forced social distance,
Uh-oh.
try not to distance yourself too much from nature. And make sure to keep your outlook positive.
I think you just pissed off the Palladians, John.
That said, the ocean often reminds me of legends about Atlantis, as well as the Minoan civilization, and also today's topic, Phoenician. As many of you are already aware by now, the sea levels were 300 to 400 feet lower during the late Pleistocene, or Ice Age, when Atlantis was said to have existed in the Atlantic Ocean. Glaciers melted several spurts, major cataclysms taking place 11,500 years ago, or 9,500 BC, the date given by Plato for the destruction of Atlantis, which perfectly matches the geological record. There were many changes that took place during the time of these cataclysms, such as lakes in the Sahara Desert drying up and coastal regions of the Mediterranean Sea changing, as well as the subduction of parts of the mid-Atlantic ridge, where the present-day Azores Islands are located, which is at the triple junction where three tectonic plates. The cause of these catastrophes are not completely known yet, but it's believed that one of the probable causes was the arrival of a huge mass of a celestial body that might have passed near the Earth, provoking tremendous tensions in the internal magma of the planet.
Imagine that!
Magma tides pressuring the thin, solid crust of the planet, wrinkling it in some places, and causing sinking and rising.
Friends of ours running around living out here in the Lucerne Valley, seeing their fucking ground catching on fire now.
That contributed to the fall of its powerful civilization.
Folks, get out of California,
Various
please.
ancient texts state that after the continent were island sinking, survivors went on to settle in other parts of the world, oftentimes around high elevation. Some examples include the Pyrenees Mountains, where the modern-day Basque population lives. A demographic, which I point out in my book.
It was cold as fuck here today.
The highest group of Rh negative blood type in the world. And in one of my most popular videos,
temperature is
2 million views, which I'll leave a link to in the description, I point out that the Basques themselves attribute
temperature
their
La
origin
Junta
to a place called Atlantic.
It's 41 degrees in La
Another
Junta
mountain
right now.
that has people who share similar origins.
not my favorite temperature,
as well as genetic
Google.
affinities to the Basque, or the Berbers, or Amazigh.
And tomorrow it
around
ain't doing
Mount
nothing
Atlas,
but
Northwest Africa, stretching from Morocco to
getting
Algeria.
fucking colder.
Plato tells us about the conflicts they had. The
It'll be
Egyptians,
34
Greeks,
tomorrow.
how they finally were defeated in the War of the Titans, or Battle of the Gods.
Supposed to
Decide
get
which
snow
generation
tonight.
would have dominion over the world. It ended in victory for the Olympian gods. Of course,
Then we're
Greece
going
is
back
very
up to
close
45, 50.
where we find another mountain where survivors of the cataclysmic.
But it's been in the 60s. Been really nice. In the 40s
Mount
today.
Ararat is located, and the Bible tells us Noah continued his lineage from it. It's clear to me that the biblical tale, which was passed down for many generations, thousands of years, in its original form, was not a story about a man taking two of every type of animal on earth, but specifically pertained to the domesticated animals used in agricultural civilization, such as oxen, horses, cattle. As anthropologically speaking, this is where these animals were distributed from during the Holocene, as well as the gene responsible for blue eyes, diffused by people speaking an Aryan or Proto-Indo-European language. It's also near the oldest known megalithic structures in the world, such as Göbekli Tepe. So there's no conflict between the biblical, mythological, archaeological, linguistic, or genetic record in this regard. It's clear that a powerful and sophisticated antediluvian civilization left indelible marks on the people of the Holocene's culture, meaning our current age, after the cataclysm that ended the Pleistocene. And this influence is evident in Phoenician civilization that was their successor in the sea trade. The Phoenicians inhabited the Mediterranean coast, the narrow and fertile stretch.
We are fixing to go through some cataclysms again.
Lebanon, an abundant source of mountain forests cedar wood used for naval construction. The religious capital was called Byblos by the Greeks, because papyrus is one of their principal articles in this trade, and the Greeks took the name of the city as their word for book, Byblos. And from their word for books, we get our name for the Bible, which means book. I bring up the Bible again because I want to mention some Phoenician characters in it, which are barely talked about, yet play an important role in influential secret societies today. Phoenicians were already influential around the year 2000.
That's why you live in Texas. You don't like
Their
cold.
power grew in
Good idea.
1020 under the leadership.
It's gonna get cold in the next
of
couple
Abigail,
days down there, though. Probably colder
my
than it is.
father, his ball.
I
You might
expect it.
recognize the name Ball as in Baalbek, another Phoenician city adorned in swastikas and Solomon's seal. Some call it the Star of David. Abibal was a king of Tyre, one of the oldest continually inhabited cities in the world, and the legendary birthplace of Europa, the princess or goddess from which Europe is named after. Abibal was also the father of King Hiram, who made Tyre into the most important Phoenician city and capital of a vast and powerful trading empire. The Bible says that Hiram allied himself with David, king of the unified kingdom of Israel, and built David's palace in Jerusalem. After King David's death, King Hiram maintained his alliance with David's son and successor, King Solomon, referring to him as and establishing trade routes to Egypt, Arabia, Mesopotamia, India, and according to some accounts, the Philippines. This Phoenician trade empire also
I get lots of
extended to the
lurkers.
British Isles for tin,
They know better than to talk too much in here, John.
fueling.
They, you know the rules.
Most kings grew extremely rich, powerful.
And they've seen me in action over here. As soon as people open their mouth, I know who's talking or not, who's seen my
While many
videos.
are only
I know
aware
Kelly
of this
hasn't.
literal term.
She's hanging on a string.
And this
She's all right. We keep her around for that. You need to go there and watching videos,
Hiram Abyss is passed down in Masonic lodges as central to their third degree. The legend, Hiram is killed, buried below the temple with secrets inscribed on his grave, which are revealed in this initiation ritual.
It's not a normal time. We know that.
I'd like to point out
That's
that
for damn
this sect, what we're calling Phoenician and Israelites, are connected to the dynasty of pharaohs that are known as Hyksos. The Egyptian word Hyksos.
Well, I've silenced a few people over here.
The Jewish historian Joseph calls them shepherds, and they introduced the
just
horse,
because they talking
chariot,
and
bronze,
just crazy shit. You know, for fearing land and Akis and all that.
Josephus identifies the
others coming over here telling me I'm an asshole because I got prerequisites to be on this page.
Egyptian historian Manetho
Oh well.
that they wandered the desert for establishing the city. That said, like these same people, this Egyptian monotheistic dynasty and Israelites, the Templars, the European Knights that invaded Palestine and conquered Jerusalem, also known as the Four Fellow Soldiers of Christ and the Temple of Solomon.
That's the main prerequisite right there, Kelly.
Knights Temple.
Understanding what it means.
European, Aryan, or Indo-European.
Oh.
And yet Hyksos are considered Semitic. So
oh God, that is some good hash. I wish I knew what kind it was.
Each of these sons represents the same race, Caucasian, a term which comes from the Caucasus Mountains, where Noah settled. Caucasia is an area situated between the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea, and mainly occupied by Armenia, Azerbaijan.
Yeah, Teddy, you're definitely an old time
Aryan, or Indo-European.
friend. You've been here for a while.
Japheth, the eldest son of Noah. After the Great Flood, his descendants became the Phoenician, Greek,
that's for sure,
and other Indo-European civilizations. The Greeks knew Japheth as Iapis, Vedas of India is known in Sanskrit as Prajapati. The Romans knew him as Jupiter. The word Semite comes from Shem, another son of Noah.
Another son
Also
of Noah.
Caucasian. Same ethnicity, same race. We're talking about many thousands of years ago. Shem had 5 sons who settled in what would become modern-day Syria, Iraq, Iran, but in ancient times we would refer to as Babylon, as well as other parts of Asia. Ham was the third and youngest son, and regardless of the misunderstood curse mentioned in the Bible, was also Caucasian, from Caucasia, which became the Caucasian populations of North Africa, such as the North African Moors, who were initially Caucasian Berbers, who today have 8% sub-Saharan genetics, but centuries and millennia ago were blonde and ginger and looked like this. When the ethnic affinities between these populations are understood, history is less of a mystery and starts making sense. For example, scientists have sequenced the first complete mitochondrial genome of an ancient Phoenician, and according to the researchers, they found the European lineage in North Africa dating to some 2,500 years ago, quote, very unexpected. The haplogroup U5B2C1 is considered to be one of the most ancient haplogroups in Europe. It should only be surprising to someone who did not know that the ancient Mediterranean, including North Africa and the Levant, which is another term for the Phoenician area around modern Lebanon, shared a similar phenotype. In other words, they were ethnically white people. Which brings us to the meaning of the word Jew. The English term Jew originates in the biblical word for Yehudi, meaning from the kingdom of Judah, or in a more religious meaning, worshipper of one God. After the death of King Solomon, sometimes around 930 BC, the kingdom of Israel split into a northern kingdom, which retained the name Israel, and a southern kingdom called Judah. The earliest mention of the word Israel comes from an inscription carved on stone erected by an Egyptian pharaoh around 1200 BC. The northern tribes and southern tribes had a war, which I won't get into now, but it weakened them both. And around 735 BC, the Assyrian Empire launched attacks and eventually dispersed the northern tribes to the north and into Europe, as well as into the Mediterranean. This is where you get the term lost tribes from. Essentially, the Assyrians sided with Judah, or the southern tribes, and so only Judah was left. This lasted for a few decades, and in 587 BC, Judah was also destroyed by a Babylonian king, and its inhabitants were taken into slavery. This is not only biblical history, but documented on cuneiform tablets. The first temple and Jerusalem were destroyed, and its people deported to Babylon. The Babylonians were eventually conquered by the Persian Empire, and the Persian king Cyrus the Great gave the Jews permission to return to Jerusalem. Cyrus the Great called himself Aryan, and that was the word he used, from the Aryan race, etched in stone by his grave, still visible today. Zoroastrianism was his religion, and incidentally is also argued as being one of the first, if not the first, monotheistic faith. So after the Jews returned to the Levant, call it Palestine, call it Israel, call it whatever you want, but after they returned, any other Israelite that also returned until present day were also called Jews. So remember, there were other tribes, and collectively they were known as Israelites. And the Israelites, according to Manetho, were Hyksos, and the Hyksos were the ones that introduced Ra worship to ancient Egypt, replacing the pantheon and the many cults with what modern historians attribute as the first recognized version of monotheism, the worship of one God. So let's look at the etymology of the word Jew again. Let's look at the religious meaning. If you Google it, you'll likely see something like this: worshipper of one God. So when people call Ashkenazi Germanic Jews fake Jews, well, they may not have been part of the southern kingdom, literally one of the two tribes in the south, particularly Judah. they still consider themselves part of the monotheistic race, which came out of Egypt as the Hyksos dynasty, which prior to that entered Egypt from Eurasia, or the Caucasian region, or Western Asia. Racially and ethnically, Semitic and Aryan, in an anthropological context, are indistinguishable. In modern times, there's been a lot of race mixing, especially when we're talking about slavery, Islam, and all that comes with that. I really wanted to make this video about the Phoenician presence in South America, but that will have to wait for another video. I'll close this presentation with one final point. I've linked the descendants of Noah, or Caucasians, with the pharaohs of Egypt, with the Israelites and Phoenicians, and with the Knights Templar. And to give it one last twist, I'll extend that line to not only Germanic tribes and royal families, but to the Nationalist Socialist Party of Germany in the 30s and 40s. The European royal families are predominantly of Rh-negative blood type. I've already discussed the links between Scotland and ancient Egypt in another prior video, which was also very popular with over 1 million views. So I won't repeat myself now, but will include a link in the description for those who might have missed it. The people collectively known as Israelites were dispersed or deported from the Middle East after the conquest by the Assyrian Empire around 720 BC. The Jewish historian Josephus wrote that, quote, "The 10 tribes are beyond the Euphrates till now, and are an immense multitude, and not to be estimated in number." Some of the names of these tribes became known as the Cimmerians, Scythians or Scythians, Goths, Celts, Anglo-Saxons, and Vikings. These days, many of their descendants have been converted to Christianity, so no longer retain any connection to their ancient ancestry. One such tribe is that of Dan, whose migration left their name in parts of Europe, such as the Danube River or the nation of Denmark, as can be seen on this 17th century Dutch map. Remnants of these people can also be identified in Scotland and Ireland, with some tribes becoming the Amish in America and others settling South Africa, establishing agricultural civilization there 500 years ago, but today have lost their land and identity to Afrocentric communism and face total genocide. Scandinavian people in general being amongst the most lactose-tolerant people on earth, meaning they can digest milk as adults. The genetic trait that stems from Aryans of Eurasia who domesticated cattle and disseminated them into Europe during the Holocene, along with blue eyes. Northern Europeans also have a relatively high degree of rhesus-negative blood type. According to Herodotus, the Nuri were a tribe living beyond the Scythians, roughly the area of modern northern Ukraine and southern Belarus, also said to be the ancestors of the Slavic people. In the 18th century, the Swedish historian Olaf von Dalen believed that the ancient Finns, alongside Lapps and Estonians, who sprung from the Nuri, ultimately descended from the lost tribes of Israel. Quote, "The Nuri seem to have been remnants of the 10 tribes of Israel, which the king of Assyria brought as captives out of Canaan. When one realizes that the language of these ancient Finns, Lapps, and Estonians is similar to the Hebrew, and even that this people in ancient times reckoned their years beginning from the 1st of March and Saturday as their Sabbath, then one sees that the Nuri in all probability had this origin." Finland is most commonly identified with the tribe of Issachar. Incidentally, the Finnish word for father is Isa, which brings us to the Germans, who are closely related genetically to Britain, Dutch, and Scandinavian, while the Middle Eastern or Eurasian origins of certain Nordic and Germanic tribes is documented in the 12th century by the Icelandic historian Snorri Sturluson in the Chronicles of the Kings of Norway. Sturluson wrote that they, under the leadership of a priest chief Odin, had trekked from regions south of the Caucasus Mountains called Turkland via Russia to northern Europe. Quote, "On the south side of the mountain, which lie outside of all inhabited land, runs a river to Swithold, which is properly named by the name of Tanais, but was formerly called Tanaquissel or Vanaquissel, and which falls into the Black Sea. The country of the people on Vanaquissel was called Vanaland or Vanaheim, and the river separates the three parts of the world, of which the easternmost part is called Asia and the westernmost Europe. Swithoid was the Scandinavian name for Scythia, which covered a vast area including all of southern Russia, most of Ukraine, and most of Central Asia. Tanais was the ancient name for the river Don. Sturluson continued, quote, "There goes a great mountain barrier from the northeast to southwest, which divides the great Swithoid from other kingdoms. South of this mountain ridge, it is not far to Turkland, where Odin had great possession. In those times, the Roman chiefs went wide around in the world, subduing to themselves all people, and on this account many chiefs fled from their domain. But Odin, having foreknowledge and magic sight, knew that his posterity would come to settle and dwell in the northern half of the world. He therefore set his brothers Ve and Vilj over Asgard, and he himself, with all the gods and a great many other people, wandered out, first westward to Gardarlake, and then south to Saxland. He had many sons, and after having subdued an extensive kingdom in Saxland, he set his sons to rule the country. He himself went northward to the sea and took up his abode in an island which is called Odin's Island in Finn. Saxland is Saxony. The mentioned sea is the Baltic Sea. The largest city on Finn, the third largest Danish island, is Odense, the name which means Odin's Island. The Danish historian Peter Friedrich Sund wrote, speaking of Scandinavians, that, quote, "the ancestors of ourselves, the Germans and the Celts, lived together in Asia Minor." Snorri Sturluson and Peter Friedrich Sund did trace the ancestors of the Nordic and Germanic tribes back to the Caucasus region and Turkey, but they did not trace them further than that. They did not trace them all the way back to the lost tribes of Israel. But in 1723, the French Huguenot Jean-Jacques Abadie, who lived in exile in Germany, the Netherlands, and Britain, did so in the book La Triomphe de la Providence et de la Religion. Quote, "Unless the 10 tribes of Israel are flown into the air or sunk into the earth, they must be the 10 Gothic tribes that entered Europe in the 5th century, overthrew the Roman Empire, and then founded the 10 nations of modern Europe. 4 of those Germanic tribes, the Eastern Franks, the Bavarians, Swabians, and Saxons, evolved into Germany after the division of Charlemagne's Frankish Empire in the 9th century. The origins of the modern state of Germany began with the Frankish Empire. The Franks were a large Germanic tribe that lived around the lower Rhine in what today is West Middle Germany, parts of the Netherlands, Belgium, Luxembourg, and northern France. They defeated the Roman governor who ruled northern France in 507, defeated the Visigoths, and annexed
He was
southwest
just
Gaul.
busy.
Charlemagne expanded the kingdom of the Franks, and on Christmas 800 AD in Rome, Charlemagne was crowned emperor of the Frankish
Yeah, I
Empire
know, but
by
not
Pope
about
Leo
me.
III.
Or are you talking about right
Charlemagne's
now?
son,
Because I
Louis
just
the
told him I
Pious,
was
inherited the
extremely
empire.
disappointed.
After his death and a brief civil war, his 3 sons divided the empire into 3 parts. Early in the 10th century, the Kingdom of Germany was made up of tribal duchies.
Yeah,
of the
why do
larger
we need
Germanic
prophets?
tribes.
That was boring.
Between the 10th and 13th century,
It was
the
boring.
German tribal duchies dissolved into regions ruled by
I
families.
know it wasn't about me. I was
or nobility.
disappointed.
That said, I'd like to reiterate some
I played it
information that I
live.
covered
We
in a
listened to
previous video
well,
about
yeah,
the
we
Templar
listened to
Society,
the whole thing.
the German Protestant
It was
sect
boring.
with roots in the Pietist movement.
It just wasn't his best work.
They spelled Templar differently than the Knights Templar.
Maybe I was
but
just
their
upset
beliefs
because
also
it wasn't
revolve
about
around
me.
rebuilding the temple of Jerusalem, the land reclaimed by the Knights Templar during the Crusades, part of the Levant, once considered part of the Phoenician Empire, and where the Egyptian historian Manetho claimed that the Hyksos pharaohs settled by those that the Bible calls Israelites.
I think most of it has to do with the fact that I ain't got my
following this line.
daily homebrew
There's a
requirement.
lot more I can say about this subject, but we'll have to wait.
Fucking,
now,
you know, irritating day.
Facts
Irritating
about
day.
President Trump. His paternal ancestry is traceable to Bohemian Hamburg, a village in southwestern Germany in the 18th century. The residents are known as Palatine. Historic coat of arms, the Palatine lion, its tongue extended, red crown, symbols of their ruined family.
I might give you another 10 minutes to go make yourself a movie. Look. You lost your wrench already, didn't you, buddy? Yeah. Little butthole puckered up now.
It sounds familiar to my reader. Swabbing. Louis Schwaben.
Oh shit, it's still going.
Central Operation Hike.
I think my channel's upset with you.
By Allied forces. On Trump, born
I can't help it if the AI feels that way, John.
nearby Hallstatt.
You hurt its feelings. We're not putting up any brood, man. We need our brood.
This German heritage was long concealed by Donald Trump's father,
Uh-oh.
Trump, after World War II, and until the 1980s.
Don't say that.
He told people he was of Swedish ancestry. Donald Trump repeated this version in The Art of the Deal, published in 1987, but later said he was proud of his German heritage. Of course, Sweden was founded by the same group of people that we call Swabians, and very few people understand what that means. That said, one needs only look at the occult, meaning hidden, symbology of the Trump Tower to gain a deeper insight into his true ancestry. Completed in 1983, it has an official height of 664 feet. But if you count
Type in chat. Oh, you're going to put me in timeout. Watch, you'll probably close the feed down.
666, called the number of the beast in most manuscripts of Revelation. Fragment of the earliest papyrus gives the number of 616 as the original number of the beast. In Kabbalistic context, 666 is a positive holy number associated with light.
Put me on 600-second timeout.
666
fucking screen goes blank.
God, Ishtar, Isis, Aphrodite, Egyptian. It's related to sex, fertility, and motherhood. That said, Trump Tower also features
report or block. Oh shit!
Made up of trees.
You go block me from my channel?
Also a symbol of the gods. Water. Or
shit. I'm in trouble now. I can no longer speak on my channel.
Making up the three sides of the triangle. I'd like to also point out the sacred sex symbol from the tree in the Garden of Eden, the fig or Bodhi tree associated with Buddha and enlightenment, which is really a reference to Tantra. Above this inverted triangle of trees, we see 7 pillars rising.
Jungle block my ass.
At the top of the building, you'll notice there's 7. Which
block you from mine. That might help.
In
you might have less traumatized people from time to time.
Visible planets, the naked eye.
I know I go in there like a bull in a china shop sometimes.
Sufi cosmology, there are 7 heavens and hell. And of course, in the biblical context, 7 days of creation. In a more esoteric,
it might be an even better idea to do that on fucking Facebook.
Pythagoras tells us number 7 is, quote, the essence, the first principle. That said,
oh no, you got a bunch of traumatized people over there.
That's enough for now.
Just keep in mind, you can't help it that they're traumatized.
Robert Sepper, I'm an anthropologist. My published work is on. My books make a great gift. If you'd like to support my work,
it's not that hard to learn.
Patreon.com. There should be a link in the description section. Those for
if you learn and know,
I appreciate it.
and you stop being scared.
Please hit the like button and subscribe for future updates. As always,
Eventually, maybe they'll run into enough of them accidentally that they'll stop being
please have a
scared.
wonderful week, and I hope to see you again soon.
You hope for the best.
Today, the 9th of July, 2005. I'm in Mali, West Africa, where I've come to see the biggest mud building in the world. The Great Mosque of Jenné, an astonishing sight. Driving up here yesterday, the mobile phone rang, and I heard 7 bombs had exploded in London that morning. Hundreds were injured, scores were dead. The handiwork probably of Al Qaeda. Among the stations that were bombed, the one my daughter uses to go to school. I spent a horrible couple of hours battling with lousy phone connections, finding out she was all right. You think dark things at moments like that, and I fretted about this film. Was it right to be making it? It's about the wonders of Islamic art. And was that still an appropriate subject? I knew the answer long before I arrived here, saw that. I had just spent months and months crisscrossing the Islamic world. Everywhere I'd seen fascinating, beautiful things. Some of the most fascinating and beautiful things I had ever seen, made by fascinating, beautiful people who had never shown me anything but kindness, friendship, hospitality. Not to have made this film would have been utterly. Something over there I wanted to show you. We're coming at it from an unusual angle in the back, but you'll recognize it straight away when you see it. It's a beautiful example of Islamic art. Perhaps the most beautiful example. Rather like typical Islamic work of art, the real story of Islam is sparkling, fascinating, complicated, and gorgeous. And the best way to tell it is not with scary interviews and politics. That's just news. The winds of time will blow all that away.
That's some funny shit.
The truest evidence that any civilization ever leaves behind about itself is its art. Art never lies. It didn't lie about the
I always
Greeks.
go down
It didn't lie
the
about
canal
the
and he's got
Romans.
this guy in boxer
It
shorts
certainly doesn't lie
behind him.
about
I mean, like undies. He's the pole guy. But getting him down the road is some funny shit. He had to get out at one point while I was sitting there going up and sneaking up. It's like, I'm going in for an odd way. And I'm like, yeah, dude's in the water pushing your boat. That was funny.
There are very stylistic features to enjoy about the Taj that make it typically Islamic. The love affair that's going on here, simple, gleaming geometry. No other religion has ever trusted geometry profoundly this. The sense of perpetual decoration, of saying it with flowers.
She's tree of life,
The
Toby.
calligraphy, words turned into art, quotations from the Quran, an Islamic speciality. But there's something else, something that unites all Islamic art, nation to nation, across the centuries like a super glue. I'm going to give it a name. I'm going to call it atmosphere of paradise. You can see what I mean immediately. It's that air of delicate, God-given perfection, of dreams fulfilled and divine tranquility. It's unmissable. So desirable. How Islam developed this addictive appetite for paradise, when, where, and why it was developed is quite a story. It's our Islam emerged in some of the world's hottest and least hospitable places. Its creators were desert people. Moods were desert moods. And to get a feel for its art, I suggest we consider the desert dweller's relationship to an open.
Okay,
I
thanks.
think we got a
Did you
commercial.
know Ring lets you keep an eye on the front door, the backyard,
Fine.
Hey, Eddie.
And Oasis.
Boy.
Islam
Sure, back pressure.
Day one of this calendar marks the departure of the Prophet Muhammad, Islam's founder, from Mecca, where he was born, and his arrival at the oasis of Medina, where he settled and built himself a very significant house. Prophet
Pretty
didn't
significant
select
crunch.
the exact spot for his new house himself. He left the choice for his
Spike
camel,
backflow.
which, guided by Allah, stopped at open land owned by two orphaned brothers. The Prophet purchased this land, and on it he built his new dwelling. When asked to explain this simple choice, he said, "The man is where the saddle is camel."
What the fuck does that mean?
The land had some palm trees on it, Muhammad cut down, but he marked out typical Arabian dar, a walled courtyard made of mud bricks, like these, except a lot bigger. It was square,
Hygienic.
50 meters by 50 meters, and it had humble dwellings along the edges. The walls were about 10, 11 feet high, like these are,
I'm still trying to figure out what.
on the edge of the courtyard.
Let me hear that again. They just hear you. Oh, those are good looking dates. My mouth just started watering.
Islam has its own calendar. Day one of this calendar marks the departure of the Prophet Muhammad, Islam's founder, from
Motherfucking
Mecca,
dates are
where he was
good.
born, and his arrival at the oasis of Medina, where he settled and built himself a very significant house. The Prophet didn't select the exact spot for his new house himself. He left the choice to his camel, which, guided by Allah, stopped at some open land owned by two orphaned brothers. The Prophet purchased this land, and on it he built his new dwelling. When asked to explain this simple choice, he said, "A man is where the saddle of his camel is."
That's what I thought he said.
The land had some palm trees on it, which Muhammad cut down, and he marked out
And this is the great prophet saying shit like that,
dar,
right? A man
walled
is where the
courtyard
saddle of his
made
camel
of
is.
mud
Sounds like a
bricks,
fucking Middle Eastern
like
fucking
these,
redneck
except a lot
talking about his
bigger.
big 4-wheel
It was
truck and
square,
his beers.
50 meters by
I'm
50 meters, and it
just
had
saying.
these humble dwellings along the edges. And the walls were
Maybe that's the
about
cool
10,
thing.
11
I don't
feet
know.
high, like these are. On the edge of the courtyard, the Prophet built some huts for his wives.
So
modest.
So the key to happiness is
palm roofs,
getting a fucking camel,
center,
putting a saddle on that shit, and letting it roll around until it stops. That's where you should live.
The exposed sun. He gave them shelter, a simple portico of palm tree columns covered with palm.
Well, that motherfucker stops right smack dab in the middle of I-70.
Every mosque that came afterwards is descended architecturally from this simple, rustic arrangement of the Prophet's house in Medina. And there's something else that the house in Medina bequeathed to all subsequent mosques, and that's its communal air. These Middle Eastern courtyards have so many roles. It's where the animals are tethered, it's where the washing's done, it's where food is cooked, it's where the Prophet preached to his followers, and where sometimes the followers would stay overnight in the shade of the portico. And this sense of a community going about its business behind protective walls was another of the great gifts to the future of the Prophet's dwelling. The mosque began its marvelous and busy history not as a temple or a daunting place of worship, but as a home. Originally, at prayer times, the community would turn to pray in the direction of the holy city, Jerusalem. But then, one momentous night, the angel Gabriel came to the Prophet in a dream and showed him Mecca. He actually saw the city through a miraculous gap in the vista. And from that moment, the orientation of every mosque was changed and turned to Mecca. The direction of Mecca is marked by the mihrab, a niche in the Qibla wall. Sometimes simple, sometimes gorgeous, sometimes plain, sometimes filled with the flowers of paradise. But the mihrab is always turned to Mecca.
Oh, good hash.
So let's see, there's paleontology, now archaeology, sociology. There we go, the map room. The medieval map of the Islamic world. It's pretty accurate. But can you see where you live on it? No. That's because in these medieval maps of the Islamic world, north and south are the other way round. North is at the bottom and south is at the top. But if I turn this upside down, it all becomes more familiar. There's Italy, Sicily, the Mediterranean. There's Spain, North Africa. And Islam began on the Arabian Peninsula here, where Muhammad was born in Mecca in around 570 AD. That's 570 years after the birth of Jesus Christ. But this brand new religion spread across the world at an astonishing speed. Within a century, the Islamic Empire stretched from Spain over here all the way.
A terrifying power to those at sea, a force that altered the course of history, the accompanying wind.
Across North Africa, through Central Asia.
Straight archaeology is so just cut and dry, isn't it?
It was the most explosive expansion.
All I hear is Anunnaki family feud, Anunnaki family feud.
With all this conquering going on, there wasn't much time for art. But that changed when the Islamic capital.
I got up at like 3 o'clock this morning.
Mecca, here,
I don't know what the fuck.
Southwards, or northwards, as we'd call it, to this great city.
Made me damn near worthless all day.
Don't Damascus, the world's oldest inhabited city, they say, and one which used to be notoriously beautiful. Today, the entire city has turned to face an electronic Mecca, called to prayer by the satellite dish. But in less trashy times, Damascus worshipped better deities with more glorious consequences.
The satellite dish.
It's written that Muhammad, on a trip from Mecca,
That's some funny
got
shit.
as far as the outskirts of Damascus, and then he stopped. He refused to go any further. When asked why, he explained that man should only enter paradise once, and that one time was on the day he died. Famed internationally for its luxuries and its fertility, Damascus was such a desirable oasis, so full of many precious things, that everybody wanted it. The Phoenicians were here, Hittites, Assyrians, Babylonians, Greeks, Romans, Christians, they all lent Damascus their ear. Right here, there was a pagan temple to the Aramaean god Hadad. Now that was taken over by the Romans. See the Corinthian columns there, and that large chunk of pediment. That's what's left of one of the largest temples to Jupiter in the whole of the ancient world. And it looked rather like that. See here, the entrance gate where the columns still are, and there in the middle, the sanctuary where the famous statue of Jupiter stood.
Yes, I know. Mama's fixing to turn some shit upside down.
Constantine,
I worry for people.
when the Roman Empire became
I get
the
upset.
Byzantine Empire, this became a Christian church, a basilica, in which were preserved some very precious relics, because it was said that buried here was the head John the Baptist.
No.
And when the Muslims conquered Damascus, around these precious remains was built this huge mosque. Nearly a century after they arrived here, Muslims shared this space with Christians. The Christians would worship at the west end here, and Muslims would worship at the east end. It was a working religious timeshare. But eventually, the caliphs, Muhammad's successors, who had moved their capital from Mecca to Damascus, realized they needed a place of worship of their own. And so here, on the former temple of Jupiter that had become a Christian church, they set about inventing the Islamic mosque. The land was actually purchased from the Christians who owned it by the Umayyad Caliph, Al-Walid I, for whom money was never an object. His mosque was built in a decade at stupendous expense. 7 years of taxes from the whole of Syria were spent on it before it was finished in 715. Not only is it the earliest surviving mosque, but to this day it remains amongst the most spectacular. The chief treasures of this Damascus mosque are its mosaics in twinkling glass and gold. There's been so much argument about what the golden walls are showing us. What is this fantastic architecture imagined here? Where are these rivers? Where are those trees? Some say these are perfect evocations of Damascus itself, beautified and watered. Others believe the mosaics represent the Muslim conquests, that Al-Walid I was showing the world what Islam now possessed. Personally, I just don't believe any of that. This doesn't feel at all aggressively possessive, and it doesn't look anything like Damascus. What you feel with these luxurious trees, so bounteous and green, the rippling waters, the fantastic palaces, is a sense of somewhere perfect and peaceful, somewhere like paradise. This is what Muhammad wanted to see once and only once. Even the colours of those mosaics, that luscious green, the sumptuous gold, those are the colours described in the Quran of paradise. But look, there's no one there yet. No people, no animals. It's ready, but it's empty and waiting for us. All we have to do is lead the right life, do the right things, and follow the right God. I've seen wall-to-wall imaginings of paradise like these before in Buddhist festival cycles. If you go to India or China, and of course the traders of Damascus were famous for such travels, you'll find painted caves filled with visions of paradise, palaces, rivers, bridges, gold, trees. So Islam took all these ingredients, bits of the Christian basilica, pieces of the Roman temple, visions of paradise, and it mixed them all together and came up with something completely unmistakable and Islamic, something the world had never seen before. Yet how clearly you sense here the basic arrangement of Muhammad's simple courtyard. A covered hall to shelter the faithful from the sun, a fountain at the center to wash at and purify yourself, the sense of a meeting place to which everyone is invited. Having settled on this basic arrangement for its first great mosque, Islam liked it so much it stayed with it for 1,000 years and beyond. I wanted to show you this unusual structure. It's where the treasures of the mosque were kept, an early Islamic bank vault set high up on these Roman columns that don't quite fit. Now up here, look carefully, there's a sundial that was used to calculate the times of the call to prayer when every Muslim was expected to turn to Mecca. Now that's a very easy thing to say. At the call to prayer, you turn to Mecca. But how exactly would somebody living in 8th century Damascus know where Mecca was? It's relatively easy here. Mecca isn't that far away. But what if you come from West Africa, from Timbuktu, or Samarkand in Central Asia, or Genghis Khan country?
That definitely looks like a whole bunch of different kind of architecture.
Well, you begin by inventing
I'm
some
not
helpful
so sure
instruments
he's right
like
about
these.
that interpretation of what's going on.
Astronomy, mathematics, geometry, Arabian science was far ahead of the West in all of them. And such exquisite instruments were fashioned by Islamic craftsmen to make simpler the difficult task of knowing exactly where Mecca was.
That looks pretty intriguing. But it's also 5th century AD. And there's a lot of Anunnaki infiltration.
The desert palace of Kirbat al-Mafar was probably built by Al-Walid II, the playboy of the Umayyads. This was his pleasure ground in the Judean desert, far from Damascus, where Al-Walid II could let his hair down, which he did. Al-Walid II was a famous lover of hunting, and this desert palace was built on the banks of a fertile wadi and was originally surrounded by a huge hunting park. Meanwhile, the insides leave you in little doubt that Al-Walid II enjoyed other pleasures too. Curvy and topless dancing girls, busty and brazen, lined the walls here to ceiling height and set a mood for the palace that was most unlikely. The desert palace had a special room for playing music, and this spectacular bathroom, which now hides
I
the
don't think
secret
that's what
floor.
that was representing. I didn't think that was a woman. I mean,
So Haldun, you're in charge of the mosaics here, and when you walk into this space, which was the giant bath of the Caliph before, you don't actually see any mosaic.
on people, and they turned out not to be people.
Bud Light Seltzer. I'll try one.
Another 3D version of this
Finally,
physics thing. Because she had open halo legs all over her
It's on
head.
the ground, but
And
if I come,
double
if I rub the sand here,
plasma,
will I find mosaics?
Where
double
everywhere
unit
you
plasmas.
would open, you would find the mosaic.
Can you show me?
Yeah.
Fucking crazy. Everywhere I look.
Ah.
I didn't even look over here before.
The
Now
sand is
I'm looking over
protective
here.
sand.
Yeah. Yeah, we would stand on after that.
But this is Syria. This is Damascus. You know?
I'll let you dig for a bit.
Sure.
It's coming now.
Yeah, I'll rub this, yeah?
Up there. It is deep. It's not fun.
So this is the famous scene here of the knife with the fruit. That's right.
I think now you're going to say you discovered something.
I discovered the lost fruit symbolism of the Umayyad caliphs. Well, it does look very striking. The knife, the leaf representing the sun or paradise, perhaps, and this big juicy fruit. It's beautiful. The most famous mosaic here is in the guest room, where the caliph would entertain his guests.
Yeah.
Can we see that now?
Yeah, sure. Which is named by the Tree of the Life.
The Tree of Life.
Yeah.
There it is. That looks
The
like
famous mosaic of the lion attacking a gazelle perhaps had an erotic context. The actual word, gazelle, which Arabic gave to English, is also the Arabic for love poetry. And since ancient times, mighty rulers of Al-Walid's type have thought of themselves as all-conquering lions. In Arabic poetry, and indeed in the poetry of Al-Walid II, for he was a poet too, the gazelle is invariably a female presence, with its big staring eyes and its long sensuous neck. It's a graceful animal equivalent of the beautiful virgins who await the good Muslim in paradise. Many people believe that figures are banned in Islamic art. Actually, they're not. Nowhere in the Quran does it say that an artist cannot depict or paint figures. What is frowned upon is the showing of idols in a religious context, and that's for obvious reasons. It's all down to the 10 Commandments. The second commandment, you may remember, says, "Thou shalt not make any graven image of anything that is on earth or on the sea below." And Islam, like Christianity, inherited that commandment from the Jews. Now, These three great religions, which all arose in the same place, have chosen to interpret this commandment in three different ways. Judaism has always frowned upon the making of any images. Christianity has always ignored the commandment. And Islam, well, Islam has swung this way and that way, depending on the fashion at the time. It looks as if it was Jewish converts to Islam who introduced this notion that images were taboo. Islam and Judaism, here and elsewhere, had so much in common. Above all, they shared this fierce antipathy to the ways of the Christians. But this distrust of images just wasn't there in the beginning, and it was never universal, though it did have the most potent implications. It led to a lot of abstraction. It led to new ways of understanding geometry. It led to a renewed faith in the Word. No one is certain where 1001 Arabian Nights was written. Probably here in Cairo. The atmosphere's certainly right. The streets here teem with rascals, smooth talkers and clowns. It's intoxicating, but also edgy. All religions attract conflict as well as stability. With destiny to play for, there's always room for differing opinions, and Islam is no different. The big split in Islam is between Sunni and Shiite. Someone once explained it to me as the equivalent in Christianity of the difference between Methodists and Catholics, with the Shiites as the Catholics.
At Ring, we've reinvented the doorbell, and now we're reinventing home security with Ring Alarm. It's the simplest, fully customizing.
And it's true. Shiite art is usually more ornate and florid than Sunni. But sometimes it's the other way around. With Islamic art, you never quite know where the journey's going to finish. But the reasons for the Sunni-Shiite split are plain enough. It was a dynastic dispute, an argument over who should lead Islam. The Shiites believed only those descended directly from the Prophet himself, family members, could claim to be his successor. The Sunnis, meanwhile, insisted that caliphs should be chosen for their organizational talents, their suitability, not their bloodline. So, was it reason or emotion, the brain or the blood? This is the shrine of Hussein, the Prophet's grandson, and son of Fatima, Muhammad's favorite daughter. Fatima was married to Ali, who was chosen as caliph, one of Muhammad's successors, and then assassinated. His son, Hussein, went to war against the Sunni Umayyads to right this wrong, but he too was killed and his family murdered. Thus, blood entered the equation, lots of it, and in these parts, that's not quickly forgotten. The Shiites were marginalized by the Sunni caliphs and became the party of rebels and minorities. The disaffected turned to them. They were the Robin Hoods of Islam and learned to be utterly ruthless. Fated to remain a minority in the early Islamic world, the Shiites only claimed one major territory for themselves, and that was here in Cairo, when the Fatimids arrived. The Fatimids took their name from Fatima, Muhammad's favorite daughter, the mother of Hussein. They
He's way too high
claimed
up there for
descent
me.
from the Prophet. And these
He climbed up to one of them towers where they go
from scratch.
up there and ring.
There was
shit.
nothing
I'm
here
like, oh,
when they
fuck that,
arrived.
dude.
Apparently, they called their new capital Al-Qaira, the Conqueror, after the planet Mars, which was in the ascendancy when they got here. Some would say the planet
Oh
Mars
yeah, I'm
has
tired.
been in
I'm
the
fixing to go
ascendancy
blow some
around
glass
here
though.
ever since.
Turn on some Metallicas. I just wanted to look at this Islamic art stuff that he's showing because some of it, well, some of it's from fucking like real early in history, and it's looking familiar to me and shit. You know, I've never seen this shit. Sorry.
In 972. Yes, 972. The Fatimids were particularly keen on education as a way of spreading the Shiite theology and gaining extra converts.
Yeah, I ain't really paying attention to him. I'm just looking at the
Some
different pieces of art and the
keel-shaped.
some of the older drawings and shit that they've got here. Just really
Cairo is particularly
energetic.
The glass appears as if it were a shining star.
You know, this is royal. It was made for Sultan Bakuk, the Egyptian ruler. We know the date. It's about 1385. It's toward the end of, no, we know when he ruled. That's why we know the date.
And this would hang just
either in the mosque or in the house. But they call it mosque lamp because that is the description that was given when it was produced. But it didn't mean that it was specifically used in the mosque. It was probably
He says, "What is it dated?"
Probably homes. Every chain coming from.
Okay, and I even got to give you points because the guy is a fucktard.
Sitting on the top of the lamp. And there was always a question.
But gee, I guess suppose I could turn on the Metallicas and just watch the pictures. I don't know, because I'm seeing some pretty crazy shit going on over there in Islam now.
And you should obviously.
I've never looked to their art or their cities. They're like Egypt to me. I don't give a fuck. Well, now I'm wondering. Well, they got it. I missed them.
They fall out outside of the lamp rather than putting.
Excellently practical.
Yeah.
Can you imagine this though, with a candle inside?
A lot of it just straight looks Anunnaki. That's where it came from. They got their shit from the Hebrews, just like what it said. It's Abraham. He's right in the root of where that shit was. I'm serious.
Egypt has a special relationship with precious stones. You know those stories of Cleopatra's fabulous emerald mines?
Yeah, that's why everything is looking real familiar, I guess, because they've got the same art even today that they were putting out.
The sparkling gemstone, as were
back in the Stone Age. So I'm kind of tripping.
The most precious
and
magical of all Fatimid treasures.
It ain't about homie what he's saying. I just been looking at the pictures.
Have their own miraculous ways of
Fuck my.
calculating
All right, hang on a second. Then let me hook this up. I gotta kill his volume. Bam! Now I can't even see what or hear what he's saying, which is kind of cool. I do that to Viper too when I get pissed off and tired of listening to their bullshit. I'll turn off the sound, turn on something like a cuneiform being read by Google. I'll just sit there and look at pictures. I'm a geek, Glenn. I just found out I can read hieroglyphs. I'm looking. And when he shot that first picture, that fucking first person, I saw the fucking and the Sumerian eyes, and I was like, "Who the fuck's that?" So I had to start looking at that. Very Sumerian art in Damascus. Imagine that. I'm just saying, it was like kind of striking to see. Sorry to have bored you with the documentary guy. It's actually a much better idea. But yeah, I'm finding that very interesting myself. Now, I'm seeing stuff that I recognize, but it's like everything else is twisted. It's dumbed down. I want to see older, but I was thinking, that I want to see older, and then I was thinking, well, fucktard. You see, you have seen older. It's called the fucking Anunnaki shit. It's called the Sumerian fucking cuneiforms and their tablets and their statues and the old Babylons. And I was like, oh yeah, that's right. So I'm basically seeing the same thing. It's just washed over. They've changed the meanings of these things, like they said in the cuneiform. And why would it be different in the spot that they started? But I like seeing the similarities. Globular. You're back for now. Welcome back, John. I like seeing the similarities. Globular. All over my globals. You're writing the same fucking thing. And some of this shit is just downright pretty. And they got some weird stuff going on. See, most of what I'm looking at is just some straight Anunnaki fucking worship shit. It is kind of like looking at Rome. Matter of fact. So far, everything I've seen. Persian rugs. Now that's interesting. Hold on, where'd you go? Okay. I wish you'd get back to the statues and all that old shit. Just wasting my time now. Although I'm seeing some similarities and stuff I'm having wonderment about. Why are all these domes blue? This one is black. One is.
This is heaven. Everybody wants to be on stick. I didn't get a chance to sing this with you, so let's do it one more time, all right? Here we go.
See, that guy looks like an Eagle Commander. Oh my goodness.
You're a bringer of evil. The devil is never a breaker.
Alright, I'm done looking at pictures. Very interesting. I find it very interesting.
Not the sinner, and the ending is just the beginner. And the closer you get,
You don't mean frequency, do you, Glenn?
well, the sooner you know you've been dreaming. And it's on and on and on. It goes on.
No days off. What? What? Wait a minute. What? What? Oh, you getting the weekend off though, right? But you didn't get. You're usually not working them today. What the hell happened, John? Or you- Oh my God. Yeah, Glenn, they give us some good frequencies. I'm sure they was got tonnage for moving that too. That's probably what the cones are for. Those were used in the construction of shit. At least that's what they say where they found them in their niches. What's his name? Michael Tellinger. He got all those cones. I've tried to contact him a lot too. South African dude. Yeah. Someone at least finish pulling his points out. I haven't got my answer yet on this, so he ain't logged into his Facebook either. He's always busy at night. I know he works nights. 7:20. Yeah, I need to pull some points. Sat here and looked at enough pictures. My eyes are watering now. Threw my shit on the ground earlier, remember? Didn't mean to. Alright, let's turn back up the tune. Get motherfucking pulling some flame on out of this torch.
They say like to kill myself, spinning ratchet out around your head. The world is full of people free, so why you right? See your free, oh well. Tell the black is living white. The world looks so sunlight. When you walk in going home, you can see Jesus on that side. Oh well. Oh, you got the things for the dancer. It's happening. Hey, you. Thank you!
Wouldn't even wear shoes. Jesus. Having a pipe suicide. Stays to get another tube. This thing is damn tube. Fucking thirsty.
Who is USAA made for? It's made for him, a veteran who honorably served. And it's made for her. She's serving now. We also make USAA for military spouses and their kids. Become a member. Get an insurance quote today. Carry on.
Oh, okay.
There'll be peace when you are done. Lay your weary head to rest. Don't you cry no more. Once I rose above the noise and confusion, just to get a glimpse beyond this illusion. I was soaring ever higher, but I flew too high. Though my eyes could see, I still wasn't blinded. Though my life could take, I still wasn't madman. I hear the voices when I'm breathing. I can hear them say, carry on, Hollywood son. There'll be peace when you are done. Lay your weary head to rest. Don't you cry no more. Masquerading as a magical reason. My charade is the event of the season. And if I claim to be a wise man, well, it surely means that I don't know. On the stormy sea of blue emotion, tossed about I'm like a ship on the ocean. I set a course for winds of fortune, but I hear the voices say, carry on, Hollywood son. Every piece when you are done. Lay your weary head to rest. Don't you cry no more.
I didn't even bring it down. I drank the whole
Carry on, Hollywood son. Every piece when you are done. Lay your weary head to rest. Don't you cry. never seems to change, just leave on mentally. Every night, I see our freedom in my sight. No locked doors, no windows barred, no things to make my brain see the sky. Sleep, my friend, and you will see the dream is my reality. They keep me locked up in this cage. I see it's while my brain sets free. Stereo, leave me free. Stereo, just leave me alone. What's out there? Can I breathe the open air? Whisper things into my brain, assuring me that I'm insane. They think our heads are in their hands, the violent use brings violence to plans. Keep him tight and makes him well, his dictates better, can't you tell? No more can they keep us in, this is that, we will win. They see it right, they see it well, but they think they saved us from our Sanitarium. Sanitarium. Just leave me alone. Sanitarium. We're living on. Because it's worse now. You need the air. Got some good to do. Never stand back on. It was such a friendly word. Seemed the only way. For reaching out again.
YouTube Music has upgraded playlists. Get song suggestions that match your playlist vibe, collaborate with other tastemakers, and discover more music with our ready-made playlists for any moment. Explore YouTube Music today.
Thank you! All right. Thank you so much! Hi, this is the part of the show where a lot of things start happening. So, if you're waiting for the dragon, here's a big phone. Good looking. Now listen. Start with this one. Title track of POLP number 2. This is called The Last in Love. We're a ship without a storm, cold without a warm, light inside the darkness that it needs. We're a laugh without a tear, hope without a fear. We are something. We're up to the witch. We ain't never prepared. But the man that never feels is one of a lifetime. We're bound for the cross. Hell because of toss. You can release yourself. The only way is down. We don't tolerate. We are fire. We are stone. We are hell and light. Quick rivers away. We are low. There's time. We're evil all night. Let's get it out. Let's do the hot water down before you we're the last in see the lights from the east. It's the angel from the beast. The answer lies the tree. The good and the bad. We start from a two. We die upon a two. The tree of the chase is not the pain. We're out for the first time. We're evil all night. Let's get it right. We're lost in
You look like you got a lot of focus. What did you get that to? You have a little name in it. Huh? You have a little name in it. I'm not sure I heard that right. You have a little name in it. You'd like to fight. Well, yeah, we. Yeah. A little name in it. I know. I know this. We're going to do that shit. That's healthy.
You been down. Oh, the sun never shine. Someone out there wants to get a piece of what yours and all of mine. Yeah. Gotta look out. Whoa.
out. Look out! You're just look out! Only time, even not too long, it will be the rest. Stay close. By the time you can see his face, but you know he's clean. Don't you see what I mean? Gotta get away. Only time.
Huh? It is witchcraft. Magic. Now I got spider webs in my hair. Fuck. Kyle.
It's alright.
Oh.
It's alright. It's alright. It's alright.
Why, yes, YouTube. I was still listening to that. Thanks for interrupting it and asking, though. Uh-oh. He got a box of crayons. There was a big fart earlier. I saw the box of crayons. There was a lot of entanglement back there, wasn't it? Some good shit. You only get that on ISWA. Elves? Yeah. You need an elf hat. ULF hat. That's the good shit. That's funny. I am terrified of spiders, so I just had a web over me. I can feel it crawling around on me right now. It's like there's spiders, thousands of them, invisible, eating me, and I just don't know it right now. I'm gonna find out in my sleep when they eat my face. Hell, man, I gotta go get me a cigar.
Every attention, please. I have a special message from Atlantic Records for rap. Congratulations! You're out on the just sold 1,500,000 records! Ladies and gentlemen,
That looks like a bar. That's brilliant. Wow. It's just like the old West. Right. I was wondering that. I could have swore I felt him crawling around in my hair. I was like, it's just your imagination. Yeah. Yeah, them field lines are doing some crazy things. Everything's, normal though. It's all normal. Normalcy. Ow.
Mistake eyes, you cross me, you legalize you're unfair, you don't steal, you make a move, I'll make you can talk it in my eyes, I've got you in my style, and by the road, you will hang, it's your neck, let's right here. Cause I want it, man. Cause I'm ready. I want it, man. We're getting fire. You think twice. Are you fast? You get my advice. I drink whiskey. You say goodnight. I'm putting it to this good fight. You can talk it in my eyes. I've got you in my eyes. And my road, you will bring. It's your neck on this black day. It's really what you wanna be.
I'll kill you first, though.
Looking for new songs? YouTube Music is your personal guide to the world of music. Built to help you find exactly what you're looking for. Sign up for YouTube Music and upgrade to Premium for 1 month free.
Same thing, but different, different style. That was really good. That was there, but that was kind of amplified. Just very on the solid stuff and about Who you want? Who you want? Who you want? Who is this? This is Seymour. The rest of my stomach, and we're gonna take stomach the whole damn thing, and a big spoon. Get while you're down here. Move, just have the whole. You can tell like belly. You can tell like belly there. Now look at your little partner over here crying. You can all of a sudden, he wants some too. Now look, you gotta go there and do this. You got his too, didn't you? You got his. You couldn't get it all. Here, just see if you can get all that. Here you go. Don't choke on it. Shitball.
Just one look at you, and I know it's gonna be.
Shop Pandora Jewelry and receive a free sterling silver bangle as our special gift to you.
Keep your girlfriend fries. Get some French fries. Get it on, Jigo! You little turd. You little turd. All right, go. Upstairs. Go. Go. Come on. Come on. Up. Go. Go. Ain't you ain't listening. Go. 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 Wait. Wait. Go. Wait. Go. Go.
Someone knows that work forces. Trying to say that work forces.
I was infiltrated. Infiltrated and raided for my Spanishes.
Yeah. 8 o'clock. Supposed to see the auroras in Colorado and all these southern spots you ain't supposed to, I guess. Usually. Not the end of the world sign, though, or anything. I'm just saying. What do we do? Why in the hell have I been waking up at 3 o'clock in the morning and just been like, ready to go? Now I'm tired. My sleep schedule's off up. I don't remember doing this to myself. It must have been last week with all those road trips. No naps. I haven't been taking any naps. That might be a problem. Old people need naps. Motherfucker. Motherfucker. Well, that's for But I went crazy this morning over on Facebook. I thought to myself, I must have logged off there a good 10 hours. I was thinking, man, next time you log in there, motherfucker, they're going to have you hammered. They're going to have you hammered to that 30-day wall. I did. I went off. I went off on the governor. I went off on the president. I went off on everybody I could find today. From 3 o'clock to probably, I don't know, 10 o'clock in the morning. I was doing just 7 hours and fucking straight sweating at the pits. I was sweating. I was like, I'm not kidding. I was just sitting there fucking spam pasting Shepherd's link and just chewing everybody's face off and shit about this COVID. So I figured I'd go check back, and I'm not blocked, and all I've got is a whole bunch of hearts and thumbs ups from my comments. So maybe the American people agree with me. Finally. Fucking tired of this shit. Had enough. Maybe there is hope, folks. Just keep the fight. Keep spewing truth. That's all we can do. I'm starting to see people all over. I mean, how can they not? All right, back to the glass blowing. Woo!
Keep well. We give back time. We bring back time. Make our dreams come true. In my free time, I'm passing by. Free, all you do. We give back time. We bring back time. Make our dreams come true. In my free time, I'm passing by. Free, all you do.
Keep the vibe going with YouTube Music Premium. With ad-free music that can play with the stream lock. Can be saved offline, so you can enjoy your playlists anywhere. Upgrade to YouTube Music Premium. Uninterrupted music dedicated to you. Try 1 month free.
Yes, I am. And I watch my mother die. Lost my head. That's how I talk. Free with my friend. Taking no chances. You come with me. I'll let you go. And set you free. When you say everyone was die, you gotta see them make a big surprise. See your body out of the eyes. Say my side. Am I able? Yes, I am. Am I able? I am man. Yes, I am. Oh. I'm with the action now. You're right. I'll make you turn around. I'll see you right. Your face is God was there. Won't be ready. I never let you be my eye. But so sweet. Am I yours? Yes, I am. Am I yours? I am here. I'll make my life get there. I want to fire. And come with me. I'll make you laugh. I'll make you laugh. Yes, I'll be yours. Take me home. Am I yours? Yes, I am.
Let's talk to the cowgirl.
Dana, how you doing? Hi, don't disturb me.
Left it seems on my walls remain a vision that was planted in my brain still remains within the sound of silence. In restless dreams I walked alone, narrow streets of cobblestone. Beneath the halo of a street lamp, I turned my collar to the cold and damp. When my eyes were stared by the flash of a neon light that split the night and touched the sound of silence. And in the naked light I saw 10,000 people, maybe more. People talking without speaking. People hearing without listening. People writing songs and voices never shared. And no one dared to stand aside from silence. Forfeit I do not know. Silence like a cancer grows. Hear my words and I'm a teacher. Carry my own bed on a reach. But my words, like silent raindrops fell. Of silence, and people bowing to the young God in the silent shouting His morning, and the words that it was forming. In the signs there were words on the promise of we understand where He was. Tenements fall, whisper in the sound of silence.
Listen to music offline. YouTube Music Premium. Start a 1-month free trial.
you do it. Play the guitar on the TV. I ain't working, that's the way you do it. Money for nothing, you choose free. Now I ain't working, that's the way you do it. Let me tell you, them guys ain't dumb. Maybe get a pistol on your little finger. Baby, get a pistol on your thumb. We got some install microwave. So how are you receiving it? You hear for the music good. Good. I like this playlist. Yeah, buddy, that's his own. Yeah. A little faggot got his own jet airplane. The little faggot is a millionaire. We got the install microwave. Got the kitchen delivery. We got some movies, refrigerators. We got some movies, color play the guitar. I should've learned playing drums. Look at that mama. Looking in the camera, what's that? Hawaiian noises. Banging on the bottle like a chicken. Oh, that ain't weird. That's the way you do it. Get your money for nothing. It's a chick free. We got the install microwave. Got the kitchen delivery. We got the movie refrigerators. We got the movies on the TV. Listen here. That ain't working. That's the way you do it. You play the guitar on the MTV. That ain't working. That's the way you do it. Money for nothing and your chicks for free. Money for nothing. 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 Chicks for free. Chicks for Look at that, look at that. Easy, get your money. Easy, easy, chicks. Easy, get your money. Chicks. I ain't working.
That's gonna do it for that.
Prophecy is upon us.
I told you this once before. So man, if you try to change me, down you're gonna break. I feel your head, now maybe not your children for me. I'm thinking you are the best. You run away. I'm alone inside. You're always my enemy, and you're so cold, darling. So what? You don't think that you can see your face. Resurrected back before the final falling. Now never rest until I can make my own way. I'm not afraid of fading. I stand alone. Feel that you're sweet down inside me. I'm not dying for it. I stand alone. Everything that I believe, I stand alone. Inside, I stand Now it's time to make me believe that this place is invaded by the poison in me. Help me decide if my fire will burn out before you can breathe. Breathe into me.
Oh my God. Did you see that shit? YouTube thought they had me at a moment of weakness. Fuck off, YouTube. We are still listening. Rock and motherfucking roll. Yeah, baby. Oh boy. It is 9 o'clock. Almost. Gravity works good. Joints for free. We love it. Very nice. It's still it's shaking everywhere. Except for my house. I haven't shook. I'm not inviting it. I'm just saying. You know, I'm a Cali boy. I felt that shit before. I know what it feels like. I know when I feel it at my house, it's coming from fucking Cali. So I'm hoping not to feel it anytime soon. I'll feel it pretty strongly here. The shaking. Anywhere between me and there, I wouldn't want to be. I picked this spot for a reason. I should be downwind for most of it, but south of the plume. Hopefully. We'll see. Most days. Some days not. Anyway. Yeah, California, folks. It doesn't look like a very good place to be. Oh, criminy steak. So that's interesting. They've got a lot of them turned off now that usually aren't. And I noticed that this morning a couple of them had been not updated for hours, and they're still not updated. All the rest of them are still jingle belling. I've been on here for quite a few hours since I did that last update, 6, yeah, so that's another dingling that hit. Or 2. One. No, just 1 since I've been on. That's 3 in the last 9 hours anyway. 10. What's Mama doing? That's kind of hard to tell what you're doing there, Mom. In that picture. Oh, cow fart. I see. It's a cow fart in progress with some pretty high fuckery. What the hell are you doing? What is that? It's a new move. Which, okay, I see what happened. There's something grabbing some top. She's grabbing something on top of us again. That same object. Just got a scope. Kind of wish Iswal was a big circle like the all-seeing eye of Lil. That would be neat. But it's not. We got to guess as to what it's reaching at over here. And I guess it's not the moon, because the moon's not even. Lots of activity. Mask up. You, honest to God, are probably going to need a mask. It's not going to be for a virus. Although, here that comes too. And war, and rumors of war come next. So, stand fast in your knowledge and stand strong, folks. It'll be over soon. Oh, respect walk. Fucking love this. I need some cold. I just drank all the grape juice in the house. I need something cold to drink. I'm just that thirsty today. I don't know what's happening. My body's screaming, hey, motherfucker, you need something, some juicy. I'm gonna go hunt down some cold real quick. I'll be right back. Yeah, well, I don't think that's all rumors. No, I've seen them moving around myself. I saw a tank on fucking 25 a month or two ago. A real tank. I mean, like a full-size fucking tank. They've never been there. I actually want to go rescue Timmy in the well. She's convinced. She's convinced there's a well somewhere with Timmy in it. In Finland, they need to shut them power houses down, but they just can't afford to because people wouldn't be looking at their electric devices so much. Huh?
Flowers and my love will never to come back. I see people hurting in this quickly look away. I keep on baby in your silence every day. I look inside my soul and see my heart reflect. I see my red door and I can feel too glad. Maybe I'll fade away as I never face back. Not easy facing up when your whole world is black. No more will my dreams don't turn into blue. I could not foresee this thing happening to you. Yes, I look hard enough into the setting sun. My love will last with me before the morning comes. I see a red door and I want to be black. Don't colors anymore, I want them to turn black. I see the girl from hours and summer so hot, baby. I have to turn my head and still my darkness goes.
Start at the second one again. Ah. I don't know why I did that twice in a row. I've been blowing all day with my fan off stuff. Completely off, breathing in my own feet, going on my stuff. Not good. That's a peanut pipe for obvious reasons. It looks like a peanut. God, the cottonmouth is killing me. Good night, Dana.
All this has been our character with this slave on and I think we must salvation.
I'm about to call the 19. Got a pretty cool phone. There's a bunch to work with. Mañana. Got 5 more to finish the fucking full. And there's glass down there. Ow, hot.
YouTube Music has upgraded playlists. With song suggestions that match your playlist vibe and collaborate with other tastemakers. Explore YouTube Music today.
Turn off my oxygen.
Your mind looking clear. My work is done soon here. Try getting back to me. Get back what you used to be. Drink nothing, do this. Let nothing begin. Keep stripping her of me. Your life becomes my day. Anger, misery, you're not front to me. Monster of soul. Monster of soul.
Cool. So I still got about 700 pounds of oxygen. If I happen to wake up tonight and can't get back to fucking sleep, coming down here and working. I got enough to do. So I got my own high-tech oxygen. I've been breathing this shit for years. My back's still talking to me. Anyway, I gotta run to the store, get some fucking juice. I drank all the juice. Y'all have yourselves a good evening. Once I get up, I'm gonna be right back at it again. So we'll see you tomorrow.